flat earthers made up bullshit. It's like the globe can't be this. Yeah, it's that. Sorry. Curved plumb lines. Yeah, dude, that's a globe thing. Plumb line's curved, dude. You know what a plumb line is, comma?
No, never heard of it.
Okay, when you want to make a building, right, and you want to make sure the wall is straight and vertical, you hang a plumb line. That's how they used to do it, right? Which is just a string with a weight on it,
All
right?
right.
Then you build the wall so that it's like one distance away, parallel to that string. It's called a plumb line. Well, in Globetardia, plumb lines are curved because we have lumpy gravity. Yeah, dude. And when I tell Globers this, that in their model, in their worldview, to make the globe work with, with their celestial sphere idea, is they have to have curved plumb lines for their oblate spheroid. And then they'll say, that's flat earther made up bullshit. And then I'll post shit from surveying and geodetic surveying and geographic information services systems that say the exact same thing I just said. And then they rage quit because they can't take it. That they believe in such an absurdity. They have to go back to sleep and plug themselves back into the matrix. They're like Mr. Regan. The steak is delicious. You know, from the Matrix. Dude's asking the agent to plug him back into the Matrix.
I'm trying to free your mind, but I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.
Juicy and delicious. You know, there's also like another like how people react is also like how they're personally identify with the whole cosmology, right? Globe Earth, because there's NASA fanboys, they got freaking Star Wars action figures in their background while they're debunking flat Earth, right? There's those people, and then even though they're grown adults, 40-year-olds living in their mom's basement, they still got action figures, and they're going to actually go on camera showing them while wearing Green Lantern T-shirts. Sad state of affairs. But
Sorry, I thought you were talking about me.
no, is that you?
Nah, I'm joking.
Please don't be. Like people that are at that level of like they identify, like it's part of their identity. Like the globe Earth is integrated into their identity as a human being. I'm a human on a globe. We live on a planet, right? We're in a bunch of space balls. Blah 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 blah. I'm going to space. I love space movies. All that crap. So when you go, okay, Earth's flat. Everything like their entire Star Wars collection is a fucking useless heap. All those fucking documentaries on space they watched when they sat at the water cooler talking about black holes, pretending to be the smartest person in the room, and everybody was like, "You're a nerd. Ooh, you're so smart." And now the Earth's flat and they're so dumb. Right? So there's a little bit of power, status, things that go with this globe paradigm. And like depending on how invested they have been in that idea will determine their reaction. Other people, it's different things, right? They're atheists. They don't want freaking any idea of a creator. And then there's people that are statists. They don't want the government to be not telling them the absolute truth, and they're going to defend the government to their dying breath, no matter what the government says. And there's just people that are just afraid. I mean, we could just do a psychological analysis on gazillions of personality types that react all certain different ways to this information.
I mean,
But
sure.
so here's the thing: is that they always reveal the underlying psychology. But if they stay long enough, like for 15 minutes, and they're actually civil, they'll always reveal this underlying psychological state that makes them resist the information. They always do, every time.
Well, yeah. That's with anyone speaking. You can kind of read into what kind of person they are after a few minutes.
Well, no, these guys, like, they'll confess. They'll inadvertently confess, dude. Like that dude that came in here. I don't know if he's still in here. No, he left. I think it was Russ, or not Russ, John Ross, right? So he came in here, and as soon as we brought up God, right, his reputation that, which God? There's lots of gods, right? That automatically tells me this dude's a fucking atheist, right? Atheist at worst, agnostic at best, right? Automatically tells me he confesses without even knowing he's confessing.
Isn't atheist the belief of no God?
Atheist is a denial of God. It's an active thing. It's not passive. Agnostic is like, I don't know. Atheist is like, no, definitely no. Not like maybe not no, or I don't know. It's no. There is no God. An affirmative declaration.
So, the person who said
an affirmation of non-existence. Let's put it that way. Well, I mean, his position. No, it's an atheist position. When you start, people that take like their argumentation is like, well, we can't know since we have all these possible choices of what God is. There must be no God. That's the only one we can settle on.
Kind of like sarcastically. Okay, I see what you
mean. Yeah, but like if there's infinite choices, then there's effectively no God, right?
Well, I mean, there are people who believe in many gods. There isn't like Hinduism the belief of like what 7 different gods.
Yeah, but like he was getting it from the point like which God, right? Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, fucking Buddha, fucking Amitabha, like which God do I pick, right? And if you have infinite amount of people can have infinite gods, and by logical conclusion, if there's infinite gods, there's no gods, right? Because they're all subjective, right? Based upon the personal belief and opinion of the individual, which means it's all just a belief, it's all just a human delusion, and there is no God.
Well, I will say that
it's a logical progression that they have to be an atheist to stay logically consistent. I'm going to assume that they're logically consistent and they've actually thought the shit through. I'm not going to assume that they just like truncated their fucking ideas. I probably should.
In my eyes, I always think that it's just best to kind of let them figure it out for themselves. That's how I came across my higher power, my God. I'm
not trying to. You're missing the point. The point isn't whether there is a God or not. The point is, the psychology. They always reveal the underlying pinnings of their existential worldview. They always do. Like why they're even resisting, why they resist the information, right? Why they're defending the globe. There's always like one thing that's at the bottom, like a foundation.
That's what I was saying
that
earlier.
Makes them resist.
After a few minutes of talking to someone, you can see how they carry themselves, and through that, you can see where they lie on how they carry their life, basically.
Well, I categorize them, right? So there's the NASA fanboy types, right? Right, there's the ones that think they're going to space. And then there's like the astronomy buffs, right? They have a telescope. They know all about black hole stars, all that shit. They watch Neil deGrasse Tyson and fucking space documentaries. The Earth's flat, all that stuff's bullshit. NASA fanboy, the Earth's flat, all that space stuff is bullshit. Atheists, if the Earth's flat, all that stuff is bullshit, right? So like there's consequences to their worldview if the Earth's flat. And they come in here and they defend the globe because they're trying to preserve their worldview. has actually nothing to do with flat Earth or globals. They could give a
At
fuck.
the end of the day,
If they could keep space in a flat Earth, there'd be more flat Earthers.
a lot of globers, when
They
like
dispute that. That
you can
if they could keep outer space, right? If there was a flat Earth in outer space, they would fucking be more flat Earthers.
you could see it in the lo-fi server where lo-fi guy goes and he talks to them about flat Earth, or tries to at
It still
least.
takes space
The
away from me.
the second that they hear that, like I said, like myself included, we don't have much evidence. We don't have much research on that subject, but that's what we believe in. And for a lot of us, I wouldn't say myself, but I do see this a lot in the lo-fi server where when lo-fi guy comes and talks about it, they immediately get defensive about it, but they don't have research to back it up. They just don't want to be taken
Well,
away from.
have you ever asked yourself why they defend the idea of outer space at all? Yeah, exactly. Why would you defend that at all? Right? It's not your idea. You didn't discover it. Like, why would the idea of outer space not being there,
Well, yeah,
no outer space,
that's what I'm saying. You're
why
right.
is that so offensive?
That's
Well, I
what
mean,
we're
let's
raised with.
talk about it. That's what I'm just trying to talk about. Why would it be offensive? Let's think of some reasons.
Well, no, you already brought up the reason earlier that of why I think it to be as well. Of That's what we grew up with knowing, and to have
Beyond
a
that,
way, in a
it's a
second.
secular. Hey, listen, it's beyond that. It's the secular version of heaven.
I never realized that. That's really deep. I never really thought about it that way.
So
That's
what
so
happens when
true.
you die and go to heaven, right? What was the fable, right? You die, then you go up into heaven. The secular version of heaven is you become really special and you get into a giant dick and go to heaven.
I will say that my stance on heaven, I don't really believe there is one, but
Well, that's not the point. That's
yeah,
not the point. It's
I just want to throw that out there.
these are archetypes of the human mind. You know what I mean? The
Yeah,
transcendent. I am going to go beyond the corporal into the incorporeal existence. I am outside of everything. I am beyond humankind. I am in a higher realm, a transcendent fucking realm. And that's what space is to them. It's transcendence of the human condition. But it's a secular version of it. There's no deity involved. There's no supernatural. There's no metaphysics. Pure, just materialism, right? Naturalistic materialism, even though it goes against nature. From their point of view, they think it is, as Felicia says it is, they think it is nature. That it's a natural materialistic worldview. And in heaven, right? There's infinite possibilities, right? Pleasure. Same with same with going into space, right? There's infinite planets, infinite stars, infinite possibilities. There's a planet with three-titted girls, right? There's a planet where the girls' vaginas go left to right instead of north and south, right? They're east and west. Right? So you know what I mean? There's fucking something for everybody.
sure. I, I haven't thought about it too deep, but okay, yeah, got you.
Yeah, it's analogous is what I'm saying. Like there's an analogy there. And they might not ever go there themselves, right? But the possibility that maybe like it could happen, right? It could be the state of affairs that there is a like space and with all these infinite possibilities that keeps you going, right? Keeps you waking up in the morning and going, even though it's a subtle motivator, right? You
Mhm.
still need something to keep you going every day, or why wake up at all? In a materialistic worldview, why wake up at all? Because the heat death of the universe is going to happen in 91 billion years anyway, and you're going to be disembodied into freaking elementary particles. So why even care about anything? Because maybe I might have a subjective experience of hedonistic fucking pleasure on some crazy fucking planet a million light years away. But if there was flat, none of that shit's possible. This shit goes way deeper than people really realize. It goes drills. That's why there's the reaction. That's why we're talking about this. Where does this crazy fucking reaction of people come from? Comes from somewhere deep inside them, like way down.
Well, I mean, you pretty much already know the answer.
Yeah,
I've,
I know the answer,
I've
but
been agreeing with you
well,
this whole
everybody
time.
else does.
I completely agree with that. Yeah. I do have a question that is a little, well, quite off topic actually, but
Well, let me say
uh,
one more thing about that. But how is this like debate framed? Oh, you're just science deniers. It's flat Earth. They're delusional science deniers versus all the smart people. That's how it's framed. Like none of that depth exists. None of the historical depth. None of the psychological depth. None of these things. They're not even in there. Right. This is purely a unbiased, objective
so
inquiry by the human mind into the inner workings of nature, and that's all it is. That's how they frame it.
well,
And
that
that's nothing that can be fucking further from the truth.
when basically when majority of the people are born, they listen to what the majority of the people say, and majority of the people obviously told them that the Earth is a globe, so they listen to that, and so on and so
Yeah,
forth.
I understand it. What I'm saying is the framing of the topic, the framing from the globe point of view, from the globe side. The framing is question of flat Earth versus globe Earth. What is like how like what is this conflict? Well, it's just like we believe in science, they don't believe in science. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, I won't debate flat Earth because I don't debate objective reality.
I will say that we're kind of going on repeat here. I feel like on the same subject, so I'll just say this.
What I'm saying is they think they're describing objective reality. We think we're describing objective reality, but on closer inspection, we can prove they're not actually examining objective reality. We can prove it, not just subjectively. We can actually prove that they're not actually looking at things objectively. It's not even describing things objectively. The point I'm getting at is that the underlying parts of this, like the lower layers, like the iceberg that's underneath the water, is way deeper than all of this is framed in school, in the mainstream media, everywhere, and like people talking about this topic. What I just talked about is never talked about, or nearly never talked about, is why the visceral reaction. People don't even want to pretend that it doesn't even exist. That it's just a two Mr. Spocks talking to each other emotionlessly, being completely rational, talking about the shape of the earth, and
Observe,
that's what the debate is. In that
observe
when flat
people aren't.
earthers don't listen to globe earthers, they're just being irrational Bible thumpers that fucking don't listen to anything and deny reality and don't trust anybody and think everything's a vast fucking conspiracy.
While I do love the name calling us so much, I will continue on to switch subjects because I feel like we're still on repeat here. When
Yeah.
I was told, I believe it was by you or someone else, that there's another server that y'all don't align with on beliefs, but they're called the Flat Earth Society. So what's the difference with y'all and them?
Uh, the Flat Earth Society or Globe Earthers, LARPing is Flat Earthers, and then there's everybody else.
LARPing. Okay.
LARPing, live action role player.
Yeah, I know what LARPing is, but
Okay, there's no Flat Earthers in the Flat Earth Society.
hmm, okay. I'm curious what they do there
There's
then.
a whole
Okay.
history behind the Flat Earth Society that goes back into the 1970s.
Yeah,
It's like a
Kazi,
fucking,
like you've known me
like
on
a
the
LARP,
lo-fi
dude.
server. Oh, sorry, India. I just wanted to just second that and just talk to Kazi about that I've been in the lo-fi server for a while, and
No,
not
I never.
once have I ever mentioned the Flat Earth Society. And actually, I think I did one time, but I had to explain that it's funded by the government, and no one who believes in flat Earth actually is a part of that.
Okay,
It's
so
the
I'll give you
first
a
thing that you see when you Google flat Earth on YouTube. It's like the first thing that pops up because it's meant to make flat Earth look stupid. It's propaganda at its finest. Sorry, Indio.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you're exactly right. So I'll give you an example of how we know this to be true. You can go on the Flat Earth Society forums and just read them yourself.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
no
on
flat Earth.
flatearthsociety.org as we speak.
Yeah, there's no read the forums, dude. There's no flat earthers in there, or the flat earthers that are, the so-called flat earthers that are in there got 60,000 posts, and they say the stupidest shit. That no, I have never met anybody in the Flat Earth Society in this topic. Nathan Thompson, he ran like a Facebook group with 250,000 members, Flat Earth Facebook group before they deleted it. Not a single one of the people on there was a member of the Flat Earth Society. Mick West, right? Mick West is a so-called professional debunker. He started debunking conspiracies first with contrails or whatever. He's been on Joe Rogan. He's a science communicator. Blah blah blah. He's been in this server. He debated us. Bong Style got to admit to him his dad, his father. So this is a guy. He's a person that debunks flat Earth. His father was in the Flat Earth Society. Got the recording. Listen to it yourself. Flat Earth Society is a LARP. It's just a bunch of bullshit. They believe in the space disk, 2 suns, 2 moons, a bunch of upward accelerating fucking Earth at 9.8 meters per second squared. They believe in ridiculous shit, right? So if you go, what is this flat Earth thing? I'm really curious about this. Let me Google. Oh, Google. Oh, Flat Earth Society. This must be legitimate. Click. Start reading. Upward accelerating fucking disk. What the fuck? 2 suns. What the fuck? 2 moons. What the fuck?
Was
This flat
that
Earth
the guy
shit's
who
stupid.
his dad
This
was an
flat
astronaut or something? Was that Mick West? Or is that
No,
other dude?
fuck, what is his name? Scott Beach.
Oh, Veach. M. Scott Veach. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting them mixed up.
Scott Bugger Eater Beach or something. I don't know what Huey's name for him was. Anyway, so someone will go to this website and see these things like flat earthers believe this. They're fucking stupid. I ain't never looking at this shit again. And then I'll give you a specific. Sabine Hassenfelder, she's a PhD physicist. She did a video, I don't know, a couple years back that said flat Earth not stupid but wrong, right? Then her whole video was her debunking information that she got on the Flat Earth Society website, something that no flat earther believes. So it's like she's debunked. She's like, I'm sure she didn't know any better, right? She just did what everybody else does. Google Flat Earth. Flat Earth Society comes up. This must be what flat earthers think. She never talked to a flat earther. Never asked any of us what we thought, right? Just went by this freaking website, and boom, she makes a whole video about it, right? And this is typically what so-called people on YouTube, influencers, whatever, they go on Flat Earth Society website and go debunk a straw man, something that none of us even believe in. There was a Flat Earth Society Discord. Okay, and I'll give you another one. It was run by a Glober. Okay, dude's name was Dense Pressure. He's a fucking furry. He actually used to be gold in the old server until we found out he was DMing fucking 14-year-old girls. Okay, that's neither here nor there. But what he was doing on the side in his Discord, in his Flat Earth Society Discord, which he ended up selling for something like $900 to somebody else. So what he was doing is, what he does is he buys NASA memorabilia off of eBay, like tapes, right? Just like data tapes. Oh, here's a NASA data tape. Well, we don't know what's on them. Sell them for $50. And then people that would come in and defend the globe in his server, he would try to resell the shit he bought off of eBay to these people. And this is the Flat Earth Society Discord. This happened a few years back. So Flat Earth Society is a bunch of bullshit. And the very fact that you're even asking about them shows me that what they're doing works.
No, the only time I figured out about them is when you told me not to think that you're the same thing as them.
Well,
So
why would you think they're flat earthers in the first place? just because
I
it says Flat Earth Society?
well,
What
first
if you
off,
had something called Globe Earth Society? What would you think then? Well, the Globe Earth Society. This seems legitimate. No, you'd be like, these guys are probably a bunch of assholes.
I mean, anyone could be assholes. I don't get your question. Like,
No, if you type in Earth's a globe and a Globe Earth Society website came up, and you click that shit, right?
I
Would
mean,
you
if I
believe
saw an
that like the
article,
information
if
was
I saw
legitimate?
if I saw an article that said aliens are real, we saw them, I would think, okay, they're probably alien enthusiasts, but is this actual facts? Possibly not.
I think you're missing the point.
I just don't get your question. Like, of course, I'm gonna think they're flat earthers if their name is Flat Earth Society. But at the end of the day, I'm still a glober. At the end of the day, so I won't really take them like that. They
It's the
could be
whole
all wrong.
point. They are controlled opposition. You go, the average person doesn't know. So what's the first thing they do? They type into Google, flat earth. What's the first thing that pops up? Flat earth society. So everyone
I
goes in there going,
also,
oh, I'm going to
I
get some
also
information.
will say, I also will say that there could be different viewpoints. Like how we talked about this a few days back. Everyone
Yeah, I
here has
understand. We all like. Listen, I agree. We all the flat earthers in here have different viewpoints on certain things. We pretty much only agree
no,
100% on
because
one
I
thing. The
was
Earth
hearing
is flat.
some up
The Earth is.
saying
Hold on, 1 second. We only agree on one thing 100%. The Earth is flat and motionless. Everything else, yeah, that varies by person. But there isn't other groups. Okay, there's other fucking people looking for attention and doing other bullshit. There isn't like other groups. Flat Earth Society. Okay, so there's a whole history behind Flat Earth Society that predates the internet. Goes back to the 70s. The guy used to go around and give talks, right? And he'd say, I explored to the edge of the earth, and this rock saved my life when I almost fell off and I grabbed it. Understand what I'm saying, dude? There's a whole history
yeah,
behind the Flat Earth Society beyond what happens on the internet.
yeah, I get what you mean.
It was like a joke. It started as like a joke. Oh, you get to here's $10, Flat Earth Society. We're going to give you a plaque, member of the Flat Earth Society. People would hang it on their fucking wall. Be like, I'd love to hear a member of the Flat Earth Society. Ha ha ha. And you hang it right next to your fucking gay Apollo poster, right? Nothing against gay people. I shouldn't associate them with Apollo because nothing's gayer than that.
Surely the Flat Earth Society, we have members all around the globe, would be enough to make you sit back and go, this is the most fucking stupid thing I've ever heard.
Oh, or Australia isn't real. It's just a bunch of actors. There's that one.
Antarctica is protected by penguins with laser eyes. The dumbest shit has come out of that group. Fair income.
Yeah.
It's fucking unreal.
There's an ice wall you can fall off. The Antarctica is protected by fucking the militaries of the world. There's just soldiers fucking completely fucking surrounding it. Just ridiculous bullshit.
So exactly, all groups have different things, even though they claim to be.
They're not, there's no flat earthers. What don't you understand? They're not flat earthers. Doesn't matter what they say and what they call themselves. They're not flat earthers because they don't think the earth is flat.
I understand what you're saying.
They're
Everyone has
taking the
different
piss, dude.
perspectives. But their goal is to be disingenuous deliberately. They're not, hey, we've got a different view. My view from Indios is different to your views. We
They're
agree
just
with
trying
you
to
there.
make fun of
But
the
what you
idea.
have to understand is
Yes,
these
it's a
guys
joke.
are doing it for a reason, is to turn you away from it. That is their goal. They're not just, hey, we've got a different view. They have a specific purpose, an agenda, is to turn you away from it.
Got you.
Okay, and I'll give you another example because this one really annoys me. You ever heard of the birds aren't real meme?
No, Where like they're government controlled? Is that it?
Yeah, government controlled CIA robot birds. No birds are real. They're all just like CIA drones to spy on
Yeah.
people. You think that that is a legitimate conspiracy theory that someone like really believes?
Maybe not started it, but I do believe that there could be someone who believes it.
No, stop, dude. Stop. No, you don't.
Why does it
Just
matter?
stop.
I never met every single person. I never talked to every single person, so I don't know what every single person thinks.
Now you're being
Yeah, hey,
disingenuous.
it could be a complete possibility that there could be some kind
Yeah,
of out there.
yeah, and Grandpa could be Grandma. He chopped off his dick.
Well, shit. How do you know my grandpa's a tranny? Never mind. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Well, she could be now. I don't know what she used to be. Um, the point is, no one actually believes that. Whole idea of that meme was to make any type of like person, right? So, say I think, okay, this is a conspiracy. This is some government conspiracy. Oh, that's like the birds aren't real thing, right? That's how people would just make fun of it, right? Now they can hand wave dismiss it. Now all conspiracy are just as absurd as saying birds aren't real, the CIA controlled drones, no matter how legitimate the statement of the person made, right? No one actually believes that, right? But they create an idea, right? It's this is psyop shit, dude. Psychological warfare. That's the same thing as Flat Earth Society. Is psychological warfare. Is made to create a perception, an idea about flat earthers. But these people, oh, this is what flat earthers are. Or there are some flat earthers like this.
Well,
Therefore, all flat earthers are like this.
that's why I joined the server to kind of dig into y'all's minds.
Okay, well, that's great, but I mean, you get the point that they're not an
I
actual thing.
well,
They're
I
globe
still stand
earthers.
by. I still stand by my statement that saying there could be some dumbass out there actually buying that shit. But
That
I
makes
do,
you dumber than the person that
I,
would
I,
actually believe
I
that.
do get the point of creating other things to make that idea look stupid. I do get that point.
Okay. So I often wonder who's dumber, someone that believes Australia is not real, or the person that believes there's somebody that believes that Australia isn't real? What cat like you're is this birds aren't real thing, dude? This is the same thing. What's dumber, believing birds aren't real or believing that there's actually someone that believes birds aren't? Okay, no, there's nobody that believes birds aren't real that doesn't have a fucking psychological disorder and probably doesn't think that they're real or anything else is real, and they probably hear
I'm still
voices
gonna
talking
stand
out of
by.
the wall. No one believes that shit, man. Get real.
I mean, like I said, I haven't met every person on this earth. I haven't talked to every person on this earth. I don't know what they think.
Yeah, you've
Well,
lost a lot, kamikaze.
yeah,
I still stand by it.
Good luck doing
yeah.
research with that mindset.
I
God
don't.
help you.
That's why I'm just a dumbass, my guy. I 100% admit to that.
Okay, then that's settled. We don't have to listen to anything you say from here on out.
Gotcha.
But
I mean, come on, man.
at least maybe you got the point of the
Yes,
absurd packaging of the Flat
like
Earth Society thing. That
I
seemed to be
said,
sort of sinking in.
I do understand that you could create a group to make that group look bad. Like you could create your own
Has this
philosophy.
ever
Not make
has
fun
this
of it.
ever been done before? Is it a known tactic by the CIA? Is to create
I've
honeypots?
yes, I've heard of that plenty of times. For example, I feel like the alien thing could be an example. I kind of don't buy into aliens, so I kind of do think that. But at the end of the day, I'm just a dumbass, right? I could be wrong. So
Well, let's say aliens were real, right? And the government knew about aliens. They didn't want the people to know. And if there are people out there that had experience with aliens, How do you discredit them? Well, you hire a bunch of fucking dupes, right? A bunch of actors. And you get them to go on TV and say the most ridiculous fucking shit. And then people are like, holy shit, man, these people that believe in aliens, they're fucking out there. I don't have to pay any more attention to this because this person, they're representative of the whole, and I can just dismiss them all. This is how people think because of tribalistic tendencies of human beings. They tend to, because of really intellectual laziness. That's the real reason. It's easier to just lump people together and think of something like all blonde people are this, or all black people are that, all fucking short people are this, or all tall people are that. You know what I mean? It's easier,
Yeah,
lazy thinking, to just stereotype somebody into a category. So you can just go, all UFO believers are this, or all flat earthers are that. Like,
exactly why I always stick to the statement. I don't know what everyone thinks, so you never know who's out there. Everyone's a little bit different on the inside.
okay, well, whoever thinks fucking birds aren't real got a shotgun slug to the frickin' skull at some point in their life, and they're barely frickin' eating whole food, solid food at this point.
Maybe.
So all birds aren't real, right? Yeah, you can find somebody that thinks that. Every single species.
I don't get what I'm not saying there is a person. I'm just
Yes, you
saying I
are.
don't.
That's what you are saying. There is a
Are
person that
you
might think that.
fucking bro? No, you're just
He's
pissing
saying
me
there
off.
might be a person. There might be.
Exactly. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between that.
Is there a person born with 3 testicles? Is his name
Well,
like
I haven't
E.T.
looked at
Eddie Torres, the extra
I
testicle?
haven't looked at everyone's testicles, so who knows? I don't know. I'm not fucking God. I don't know how all the people are created.
This is silly because you can't prove a negative. It's just silly. So that's why, because you can't prove a negative, you have to assume something does not exist until its existence is demonstrated. Otherwise, you have to assume everything exists until its existence is negated, which is actually impossible.
For me, I'm just an observer. I'm not here to argue with anyone. I'm just here to say you never know.
Okay, you didn't even listen to what I said.
No, I get it. You said
It's simple logic, man.
it's proven to be actual, then don't believe in it. Yeah, I get that.
You have to operate this way. It's a necessity. It's not like optional. Because
Well,
the opposite of that is to believe that everything exists until it's negated, which is impossible. You can't negate the existence of something. You can't prove non-existence. You know that, right? Not
that's
logically. You
true. Yeah.
can't prove something does not
If
exist.
it doesn't exist, you can't prove it.
There
I
could be
don't
a
agree with
there could be a triple dick Billy goat out there somewhere. I can't prove there ain't. So you can't operate this way, because then we could just talk to each other and say any absurd thing, and no one can ever prove anything wrong. We can never reach any conclusions about anything ever. And we just wander around a state of fucking confusion that everything might exist simultaneously all at once. No,
I
we
am
can't
a
operate that way. For practical reasons, we have to go, hey, nothing exists until it's demonstrated that it does exist, right? We have to use the positive affirmations instead of the negative affirmations, because negative affirmations are impossible. This is simple, basic logic, dude. It's like, it's the
I
way
do
human beings have to operate in order to fucking breathe and think and feel and operate in the world and stay alive. So your idea that, well, I mean, maybe there's someone out there that fucking
let me get this
don't
straight.
think birds aren't real.
I do agree
Based
with
upon but
hold on.
hold on, let me finish. Based upon your experience with human beings, generally, with your, sample size that you have of your life, there's nobody out there that fucking that thinks birds aren't real. That's unreasonable. To think that every bird on Earth, I'm sure they've seen a fucking bird crushed by a car fucking wheel, and it wasn't a bunch of wires and tips. It was guts. So they ate chicken. They're seeing a dead chicken, right? There only has to be one bird being real as to say that falsified birds aren't real. Nobody believes that. Nobody could possibly believe
I
that.
will say,
Unless they live in a place with no birds.
that with logic, I can't agree that I can debate with logic. So here, I'll paint a little picture. A
This is
person,
weird. Hold on. It's so strange because you said you had not even heard.
debate.
You said
Oh, go
he
ahead.
said he had not even heard of this no bird meme.
No. I said I didn't hear about it. I just, at first I was like, what? And then I said,
But people that never heard of the no bird meme aren't real.
sorry, what did you say?
I said people that have not heard of the no birds aren't real meme are not real themselves.
Sure.
Was that a mind fuck? Sorry.
Those are rarer than the people who think there are no birds.
Then call me weird. That's okay.
Rare, more rare.
Oh,
Yeah,
rare.
and especially before the whole meme, there wasn't a soul on earth who was outside of maybe someone in a mental institution. But before the meme, there wasn't a soul on earth who would have entertained the idea that birds weren't real. It was only the power of suggestion from this meme that even
Yes,
planted
I
the
said
seed.
that. I said that in the first place. I said that the person who created that meme most likely did not actually believe in that thing, but a person who heard
No,
of
they
that.
admitted they don't. They admitted what the purpose was.
Yes, okay, but that's not what I'm talking about. I do agree that most likely, and I fully think that it's fake. Yeah,
They admitted that they created crazy conspiracy
not
theory to discredit
not
this
the point.
conspiracy
Not
theories.
the
Did you
point
hear
is,
what I said? They admitted that they created a conspiracy theory
yeah,
to discredit
not again.
conspiracy
Not
theories.
the point. Let
They
me.
admitted it.
Can you please stop interrupting me? All right.
Well, did you hear what I said?
Yes, they admitted
Repeat
that
it
it was
back to me.
yes.
Repeat it back to me.
They admitted that it was a conspiracy theory. All right,
For
so
what purpose?
man, I'm about to fucking leave.
For what purpose?
Conspiracy theory for I don't know what purpose he said.
Yeah, you weren't listening. That was my point. And then you said, don't
And I
talk
was
over me.
trying to
That's
get to another
hilarious.
point while you're interrupting me. Why the fuck would I listen?
Look, because you never let me finish, you kept talking through my sentences. So I'm going to say it again. They admitted they created a conspiracy.
I kind of find this
For
disrespectful.
what reason? I don't care what you find. Think I care about your feelings? I really don't.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I respect that then.
They admitted to creating this conspiracy theory to discredit conspiracy theories. So it was intentionally designed, right, to discredit all conspiracy theories by creating an association with a ridiculous one.
Anyways, going back to what I was saying, that person who created it.
Yeah, okay. If you're not going to fucking listen, we're not going to listen to you. You can shut the fuck up. Dude, what's up with your fucking friend, dude? He just go off the fucking rails like that?
He lived up to his name.
First of all, why am I going to keep talking to someone that said he can't debate with logic? What are we supposed to debate with then? Anyone? Someone? Throw me a lifeline here. What do we debate with then if we're not debating with logic?
Nothing. You just mute them.
Dude, I already did. So should we start with I feel? Every sentence starts with I feel. Let's do that.
I feel more globetards should be muted more often.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute you, whatever your fucking name is. Kamikaze. Dude, you fucking kamikaze, all right, man. You dive bombing into the fucking ship. You don't even have a bomb attack your fucking airplane. So I'm gonna unmute you. Get a fucking grip, man. Actually, listen to what's being said to you and stop thinking of what you're gonna say next. Okay, because what I'm trying to tell you, you're not actually acknowledging. You just don't want to accept it, even though what I'm saying is factually true. Hey, dude, you're unmuted. You calm now?
I will just say that I was just trying to get a point across. I do agree with you on the point of the conspiracy. I do 100% see that being a fact. Yes, I didn't listen to the reasoning, but that's only because I was interrupted on a point that I was trying to explain on what someone else brought up.
You're gonna get your turn, though, man. Right?
What?
You're gonna get your turn, though, right?
Yes, I will wait for my turn, even though you
Yeah,
interrupted me.
yeah, yeah. So, like, that's the point. Like, you could have listened to what I said and then took your turn. Because don't worry,
Yeah,
you'll get a turn, no doubt about that. So now's
definitely.
your turn. I
Wait,
got my point across.
even
It was
though
a
I was talking.
conspiracy to delegitimize conspiracies, dude, which in itself is a contradiction. But that's the funny part is that it works. A blatant, open contradiction admitted by the conspirators actually works. That should
Yes,
tell you something about human psyche, dude, right there.
I never said that it didn't work. I 100% agreed with you on that the whole time.
Okay, what's that say about human beings?
The past half an hour we talked about this, that we follow what the majority says. We follow hierarchy as well, not just what the majority says, but hierarchy as well. If we see someone that seems to be, quote unquote, knowing what they're doing, even though they're probably doing it for other reasons, like the conspiracy theories, then yeah, we'll probably listen to that. Not saying
I'm
that's the right thing.
highlighting a third message. I'm highlighting there's another message. There's subliminal suggestion.
Oh,
So
let
if
me
you know the idea of the mind virus, right, of memes, why do memes spread? Why do ideas spread?
before we
You know
continue though,
why?
finish the
Yeah.
point, because someone,
Okay, go ahead.
the whole thing started with someone pointing out something that I said that I just wanted to correct. I only said that the person who believes the birds was after that conspiracy, the conspiracy was created. They believed in it because they heard of it, and that's why I'm saying maybe there is some dumbass that actually believed in that shit because of that.
I mean, no one would even have known about it unless it was pushed in the media.
Exactly what I'm trying to say. I 100% agree with you.
Two retards got a news organization in Canada to interview them where they sat there and said birds aren't real. That news station got picked up, that story got picked up all over the place, and it became a meme. So, to get back to my, to elucidate my point, is that ideas don't spread because they're correct, even though that's the way people think. Oh, everybody has this idea, it must be correct, that's why everybody has it. Ideas spread because they're good at spreading.
Yeah.
Right. It's the idea of the meme that like survival of the fittest of ideas, right? So how does an idea spread to the most amount of people? Well, it has to be good at spreading.
Yeah, just today I was actually
Characteristics.
listening to a
What are the
podcast.
characteristics of ideas that are good at spreading? They're easy to remember. They're novel, right? They're succinct. People easily understand. They're easy to communicate. So it has
Yeah,
nothing to do with the truth of the idea. It has to do with the ease of communication.
yeah, just today I was listening to a podcast where they were talking about even if it's correct information that you're trying to get across, it's all about the delivery. It's all about, well, basically confidence levels. If you have good delivery, then people would buy it more.
Well, I mean, good delivery is kind of a little subjective because good delivery, I guess, in this context would mean whether the people on the other side accepted the information as good. I mean,
Delivery meaning, in my mind, like the how you how you speak about the message, how you spread the word, basically.
yeah, yeah, I understand that part, but ultimately the arbiter of that is the consumer of the information, right? So the consumer of the information decides whether it was good delivery or not, not you.
I guess that is true. Yeah, subjective. Yeah.
Well, what other metric could you use?
Measure on how good the delivery was, or
Yeah, yeah. What other metric could you use to decide whether the delivery was good or not, other than the reaction of the consumer.
Yeah,
of
you're.
information.
It's 100% subjective. You're right.
Because people get caught up with this thing like, I'm going to talk with confidence and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And like, but it's from their viewpoint of what they're doing, right? Instead of the viewpoint of the person that they're talking to, which is the ultimate arbiter of whether what you're doing is actually talking with confidence. They have to perceive you're talking with confidence. You can, in your own mind, think you're talking confidently, but if they don't perceive you as talking confidently, you're only lying to yourself.
On this point, I will go back to saying that most people listen to what most other people are saying. So if you get a good delivery coming across to one person, and then that person has also good delivery, spreading it to others, and so forth, then that could also support it, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how everyone's lost in an outer space mythology of what ifs, in eternal nothingness.
That's basically how I was raised. Yes.
That's the shiny presentation.
Yeah. And also, I want to go back to. I really don't mean any disrespect towards any of y'all. I will say that I am a horrible debater because I don't research much. I'm kind of uneducated, so I can't really debate too well. But I do respect everyone here.
Yeah, man. Don't take any of this shit personally, man.
Oh no, I don't. I
This is
never let.
fucking blood sport for us, dude. It's
You
it's
can call me.
combat. It's not personal.
I don't take any words to heart.
You get in the ring, you fight, and then when the fight's over, you hug him. That's all it is.
Yeah, I just want y'all to know that I'm just not here to kind of hate.
Bloodsport?
Well, I
Are
mean,
you like, are you Bolo Young or are you John Claude Van Damme there, India?
Didn't hear you.
My Bolo or John Claude Van Damme? Fuck, dude, that's a tough choice. I got the Pax, man, so I guess I got to be Bolo. Yeah, plus I fight dirty, man. I throw sand right in somebody's eye, man. No problem.
That's funny.
Kamikaze's trying to figure out what the fuck we're talking about. You ever seen Bloodsport, Kamikaze?
What?
Exactly.
Oh, I was just sending a message. Didn't hear.
Have you ever seen Bloodsport? It's a movie.
No, never heard it.
God damn it.
I'm
We
not
have
much of a
nothing in common.
There's a bunch of there's probably a 2 and a 3 and a 4. But the only one that was good was the first one. Frank
Oh, yeah, the
Dukes.
first one was good.
Frank Dukes. You know,
Frank
and that
Dukes, a
Forrest Whitaker.
compulsive liar, bro.
Forrest Whitaker is one of the the cop that's chasing him all the way to the Kumite.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think that was his debut, man. It was a big theatrical debut, at least.
The dude that plays, the guy that Bolo F's up, his buddy takes his bandana. The one he's
Oh,
playing the
Ogre?
freaking the little karate. What the hell was that karate? Man, I used to play that game too.
Karate Champ.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm badass at that, dude. Use the upper lunge punch, man. Fucking
It
just
was
wreck people every time.
It was two sticks, man. It was like
You do it. I still remember all the moves, man. You push the 2 sticks apart, and that's the roundhouse kick. Forward and up, that's the upper lunge punch. Like, dude, I still remember all that shit. I played that game way too much, man. All my paper route money went into that fucking machine.
oh my gosh, that's so funny.
He was like, paper route? What the fuck's a paper route?
What's a paper?
What's
Oh
paper?
my lord, dude.
Get
Don't even
off my
start making.
lawn.
I don't even make freaking milkman jokes. I don't only know the milkman is either.
Remember the Paperboy fucking game, man? That shit was pretty cool too. Like fucking smacking people with the newspaper.
Dude, was it you I was talking about Cubert? Cubert,
Oh, Cubert,
when
dude,
you
most
lost
frustrating
and it
game ever.
freaking hit like it sounded like somebody smacked something in the thing. Somebody was telling me what did that. It was like a
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make that like
it was like
clicking
an
sound when you freaking
actuator
fell
that
off.
was inside that would like scrape or it would wind up and it was like I forget exactly what the sound was, but it was really weird because it wasn't like an electronic beep or anything. It was like I don't
It
know,
sounded
man.
like sounded like a piece of metal was smacking inside a cabinet. That's what it used to sound like.
Yeah, but it was like a scraping kind of. Uh, that's probably not the best description of it.
Well, they had that like in pinball machines too. They had that like banging shit or whatever.
Was somebody on here I was talking to? They said, "Yeah, I knew what it was." They said they worked on the machines, and they're like, "I knew exactly what that was," and I forget what they told me it was that made the noise.
Chat GPT, I'm sure it knows.
What was your favorite pinball game?
The fucking firehouse one with the dude with like you had the dude with the giant open fucking mouth in the middle.
Dude, do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember Gorgon?
Gorgon.
I say I am
It was a chick,
Gorgon.
right? It was a chick like on the
A
pinball was
chick getting
like a
held by like
snake.
this demon dude.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I tell you what's cool though. Me and my brother used to get play this one called it was Adam's Family. It was one of the first ones that had like a
Oh yeah,
lower
I remember that shit too.
had the
Yeah.
lower thing and then the upper thing. I remember when that damn one came out. What the hell was that called? Where it would shoot balls. It was just like it would shoot like not
Mars
hundreds.
Attacks.
What was it?
Was it Mars Attacks? Because that one shot balls out of the UFO.
It shot balls like you had two joysticks kind of and you turned them left to right and you could just aim with.
That was a pinball. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, no, this was pinball, but it was like it shot at least 75 or maybe 100 freaking balls. Like and you aimed them. It was weird. It wasn't
Sucked
really
at pinball.
pinball. Not really pinball. It didn't have
Dude,
flippers.
I was ass at pinball. Total ass.
Dude, you ever seen them old what's cool is looking at old like antique the antique baseball games where you had a little
Oh
kind of like a
yeah.
bat and the ball would come out and it was like wooden and those are pretty cool. And then the other ones were called bump machines. You ever seen those? Where the ball would come down but you'd have to bump it. That was pretty neat. Have you ever seen one of those?
No. I don't think I've ever seen one of those. No.
It's called Roto Ball. I'm gonna freaking find it real quick.
You ever play like 10-yard fight where they had the roller ball? It was like a tabletop. It's like a football game. Dude, fucking how much blood was on those things? I'm dead. I'm serious, dude. Because you don't want to lose to your friend, right? And, like you're like literally head to head rolling this ball, this hard plastic ball, trying to like go as fast as you can, man. There's so much blood like baked into those fucking balls, dude. Because you're a teenager, you don't care. Fuck that blister. Fuck, I'm bleeding all over the place. They're gonna win this shit.
Oh my good lord!
And there was another one, was like a wrestling game. It was like a WWF knockoff when it had Hulk Hogan, and it had it had a joystick and a giant button. And to like do your move, and to like pin people or to get up, you had to like hit the button as fast as you can. People hit this thing, there'd be fucking blood all over the place, bro. That I'm serious, man.
Do you remember seeing the punch things like down? And when I used to go to Ocean City, it'd be like always be some big guy, punching it.
Yeah,
There's
of course.
like a punch machine. Yeah, seen guys try to kick
And
it
it'd be
really
like
hard and
400, and then some little teeny kid comes up and punches like 1,000.
stuff.
It was the same thing for like the hammer, right? What they used to call
Yeah,
that shit?
right. You had to know
Some big
exactly
dude
how
would
to
come
hit
up
it.
to sling the freaking hammer, dude. We can't get past his fat belly. So
I did that years ago at Wonderland. There was these massive guys. I was only a young
Wonderland.
fella. We had down there with the Cub Scouts, and I'd grown up on a farm, so I used to help Dad split firewood and stuff like that. So they get down on the high striker. These massive fellas get the big hammer, had a swing at it, and they're only getting 6, 7, 800. I get on there, crack 1,400, crack 1,600, crack 1,400.
nice.
And I was only like 11 or 12 at the time.
That's so funny.
I was actually getting money off the other scouts, putting money down and winning prizes for them. They actually asked me to stop doing it because every hit was just over the 1,000, so I'd get a prize.
Oh yeah, carnivals will kick you right out if they think you're too good at their games. Same with the casino. You can't win too much. No, to do that.
It's funny as shit, though, watching these great big guys trying to win shit for their girlfriends, and this mongrel kid comes along, click, thank you.
So funny, man. That is funny, though, because people think that, like, strength comes at, like, just from, like, muscle and shit. It actually comes from, like, something called neural drive, the ability to actually activate your muscles in a particular sequence. And that comes from, obviously, repetition and practice and doing something over and over again, which obviously splitting wood, that's what you're doing.
I suppose the biggest part of the insult was there was two different hammers. There was one, a large one, which spread the surface area over the button because it was an electronic one with a big plate. And I think there was sensors all over it. So when the bigger hammer hit it, it spread the load over it. So it didn't get the spoilers. But because I was only a kid, I grabbed the smaller hammer naturally. And because I was very accurate, hitting dead on center every single time, I was scoring massive numbers out of it. I'd love to go back and give it another crack now with the small hammer. I'd probably break the thing.
That's the thing with the punching bags, too. You got to hit it like dead center, and you got to hit it with like the freaking like almost like your pinky knuckle, right? So you want your smallest like surface area because it'll bounce off your like whatever, but you want like a very sharp point of contact. So no Glovers in here, man. Suck someone up from the lobby.
If not, I can tell you a funny story about one of those punching balls. There was a lady I was watching at a video game arcade, and she's lining it up and pulling her fist back past her head. And as she throws the punch, her thumb catches her wig, and her wig just flies across the whole fucking room.
That's perfect.
The best thing I ever seen. Looked like a dead animal flying across the video game arcade.
Did she go chase it?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she was pretty upset.
Oh, that's
All right.
interesting. I don't
It was
feel bad.
called Rapid Fire by Bally's. So it wasn't technically a pinball machine. It came out in 1982. I just linked the thing to it. It was wild. I remember when it came out. It was just kind of crazy when you saw it at the. They thought in the video I just watched for a second. They thought they were going to sell like 50,000 of these things, but it wasn't. It wasn't hardly popular at all. So pretty neat though.
You know, I might have seen one of those when I was a kid, but I don't think. I think I saw one maybe in Georgia. I saw one when I was like in third grade because it looks kind of familiar. I don't think I ever saw it after that, and that was about 82-ish. So it's possible. Oh yeah, no one played that thing. That thing was junk.
Dude, it was so crazy because it was like, wait a minute, it's got two freaking joysticks. Like, who's like, oh, you got
It
to
was
get the
trying to be like
you got to have
a hybrid, a video
ambidextrous
game, fucking
side.
pinball machine.
Dude, it was just wild when it came out. It's just like, what the hell is this thing?
I used to go to arcade in Georgia. It was actually for the time, dude. It was like a giant fucking arcade, man. They had lots of video games.
I remember going to Ocean City,
Yeah.
Maryland. It was like they had this one place called Gold Rush on like 135th Street. It was right near. Shit, get the place. Wherever it was at, it was just they had all kinds of stuff there. But the place I used to play back in Maryland was at Security Mall. There's this little place there, and there was this old man that he ran. I don't know if he ran the place, but I didn't think nothing of it. And he come up, freaking open up the key. He just opened up the machine. He'd reach down and be like, clank, 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 and like bump me up a bunch of credits. I'm glad I never freaking was alone with that dude, because thinking back, man, it's probably freaking. I don't know. You know what? He could have been a really nice guy. He seemed like a nice guy,
Dude,
but
I put myself in
thinking
some bad
back,
fucking situations too,
you
retroactively. I'm
know,
like, what the hell is wrong with me?
I never had no
You
problems
know,
or
I gotta
anything, but
tell you,
thinking back,
I shouldn't tell the story on the live stream. I was fucking hitchhiking when I was like 15 years old, man. God damn, man.
I ain't never
I'm lucky I
hitchhiked.
didn't lose my virginity, put it that way.
uh,
Dude, I used to
oh,
hitchhike everywhere, man.
that
Like, it's
used to be
crazy, man. Like,
okay.
the idea of hitchhiking now is like, hitchhiking? What the hell?
I was never. I usually had. I rode my bike everywhere back then.
Dude, I'd hitchhike a block. Like, fucking, dude,
It's hilarious.
yo, I'll tell you this story, right? Oh, God, dude, this is so funny. I had two friends, man. They were like, "Oh, we're moving to Florida." We were like 16 years old and shit. And they were like, "We're going to Florida. We're moving there." Plus, so they did, right? Of course, they go there. They run out of money. They have to come back. They have no money to get back. So they got to hitchhike all the way back to Massachusetts from Florida. They told me that they got picked up by the cops hitchhiking on the fucking highway. The
Oh
cop
my
actually
god!
drove them backwards to the beginning of the interstate and let them out. Drove them back like 30 miles. Like, I killed it.
Oh my gosh,
No
dude! I
hitchhiking on the
mean, like,
interstate. So he drove them back to where the interstate came into the state. It was like in
you
Maryland
can
or
hitchhike.
something.
You can hitchhike on the. I think I don't even know they'd probably really get on you, but a lot of people used to do it. Like you'd see them on the on ramp, because That's not as
Yeah, I
bad,
think
but
that's what they did. That's what they did, and to get like I don't know. I don't know if it's Maryland or West Virginia. You know how they got that little strip of like 95 where like it just switches a bunch of times. It was somewhere in there or something.
oh,
But you know,
Maryland
West
switches a
Virginia,
bunch of times.
Virginia, Maryland, like in 5 seconds, like they all go by.
Oh yeah, 95. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's it's up near oh crap, that might be 70. Shit, because
I think
it
it's
goes
95.
well, Maryland 95 goes up to New York, through up through Pennsylvania and stuff, but
Yeah,
uh 70 goes maybe this and that. I'm thinking up near Harper's Ferry. It goes through, like to Maryland to Virginia. I'm sorry, where Maryland to West Virginia on this one road, but it's not. It's not 95. Definitely not 95. I used to drive up to Atlantic City to play blackjack. Drive my frickin'. I had this S600 Mercedes. Oh gosh, that thing! When I first got it, I thought it was so cool, but it was such a piece of crap. It was I think it was like a 1985, if I'm not mistaken. It was the V12. It had bulletproof glass, man. But this thing, it was heavy, heavy as hell. I remember when the window motor broke. It was like $800 for a freaking window motor. I was like, why did I buy this thing?
I noticed earlier on our mate Danny57 popped in for a visit. He didn't hang around for too long. I think what we got to do is set ourselves up a fake QE account and just let it sit in this room just to stop idiots from coming in here.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, dude! It's like it it's like putting the cop car on the street for speeding with the fake cop in the freaking cop car, so nobody speeds. I'm looking at a Kickman arcade game. Do you remember the clown on the unicycle catching balloons on his freaking hat? Oh shit!
realize that it's the further south, the second party was in the same thing. What's going on? Oh, good. Get up. Stand up. You sit right there. Don't move. Stand up. Clown. Pull your pants up. Bro. Do you realize where you're at right now? On the side of the damn road. We're trying to kill Take a seat right there. You stand up. Take a seat. Sit down. All right. When I got two to tank. Don't pull away from me. That's what I want. Fuck, faggot. Don't pull away from me. I'm gonna dump your ass on the ground. Hey, what? You got everybody else. I'm on the floor. I know what. Don't fucking pull away from me. Okay? I'm gonna put you on the ground. Don't worry. No, he's not doing that. He's probably broke. I'm broke. Don't worry about it. All right? Service for this. Come out here. Congratulations. You're both under arrest for indecent exposure. We're fucking on the side of the road. I don't want to. You're allowed, bro. No, you're not. Get the call. Get right there. All right. Everybody see what's going on. Bro, you don't do all that. Shut up. Bro, that's our next step. Oh, my God. Don't fucking move. I'm not going to tell you again. Don't move. Don't move. Bro, we're just having our birth. I'm trying to tell you this. I got two calls. You guys are sitting on the side of the road. We're trying it. Bullshit. Bullshit. It's not only one. It's not all right, listen. Don't say anymore. Don't say anymore. Don't say anymore. I'm gonna stand down there. Don't say anymore. Both have the right room and silent. Take them out. Did I say anything about trespass? Yes. Five. Doo-doo-doo. Bang, motherfucker. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Fire. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no. Open shove, new player, king, queen. Fold. Fold. Repeat. Fire. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh no! Oh no! Fire! Hey, whoo! Fire! Doo-doo-doo.
Hey, Jonas. Pretty empty in here tonight. Maybe it's just not the time, not the right time in the US or wherever the predominant amount of people come from. Perhaps if I just waffle on by myself for a certain amount of time, people might just start to flutter in. What should I waffle on about? The globe curve debunking method that I'm enjoying the most at the moment is the fact that you can't have a square meter on a globe. How can you measure territory in square meters if you can't have a square on a curved surface? However minute, I mean, the more square meters put together to create a building, the more curved the surface would be. Wouldn't it all just not work out? Interesting. I don't know if anyone's listening there on YouTube, but getting pretty, one-sided, the debates at the moment. Flat Earth versus globe Earth debates, modern day debate, and a few other places. Geez, they used to be tough to listen to. Like it'd just be globers that just know their model pretty well, and just constantly straw manning the flat Earth position. Really difficult to listen to. Now it's like the flat Earthers, unfortunately for the globe Earthers, know their model better than them. Getting pretty awkward. I mean, when I first started talking about flat Earth, 2015-16, all my friends ran for the hills. My cousins and relatives, siblings turned on well, not my sister, but they turned on me. I was a crazy person. And now, I guess after the other gigantic psyop that occurred, now they're not running so far. Something's going on. I think we're starting to wake up as a collective a bit. Correct me if you think I'm wrong, Johannes. The flat earthers have not gone away. I was looking at that app the other day that Weiss, Dave, Flat Earth Dave created, and there's a heck of a lot of dots. Heck of a lot of dots on that app. Real large amount of dots.
What's up, man?
Oh, hey, Johannes. Is that how you say your name, bro?
Sorry, what?
Johannes? Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, that's right.
How you going?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Pretty well. Yeah.
Are you? You're in Australia, right? Aussie.
I didn't get that, bro.
Are you from Australia?
I am. Yes.
All right.
You've got the accent. What about yourself?
I'm from Sweden.
Nice, bro. Many level playing true earthers in Sweden.
Not really.
Pardon?
Not really. Uh,
Oh,
Communists, brainwashed people.
yeah. Okay. What brought you down that path then? What made you different, Johannes?
I I don't know, man. I I've been a flat earther for a couple of years.
Only a couple.
Since 2015.
Oh, yeah. That's getting to be more than a couple now, bro. That's almost a decade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although recently I have spoken to a fair few people that are saying that they've realised that the Earth isn't a globe as late as like 2021, 2022. So
Yeah, I think COVID, sorry, that thing that happened 3 years ago, it started to waking up a lot of people.
I agree. Yeah, I think it changed a lot. Definitely changed a lot with the way people think, and because I guess the main question, you correct me if you didn't get this, but the main question was like, how could so many people be in on it? And then they just watched how things can happen and how so many people can quote unquote be in on it, even though they're not. So that question went out the window, didn't it? Like you didn't have to deal with that mentally anymore. Anybody. We sort of work out how psychological operations and how humanity actually works on a large scale, how we think and how you can control you can control the masses' thoughts if you have control of entertainment, control of television programming.
Yeah, I remember like in the beginning of this server that why would they lie? It's like the most common question. Kind of
Yeah,
died
well,
out.
remember the song they made? Why would they
Yeah,
lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
chocolate sand or what was his
It was
name?
good stuff.
Yeah. How long have you been on this server? Oh, you've been here since 2020. Nice.
Yeah, I think it was before that, actually. Does it say 2020 on my profile, does it?
Yeah, it says you joined the same day as you joined the server.
Me and you joined the same day.
No, you. I have had several accounts that got shut down. I also
Yeah,
joined in
I think
2020.
I joined in 2018. Yeah, I think I joined in 2018, but this
Oh,
might be just an older account or something. I mean, a younger account.
all right. So
It seems like there's not as much traffic in this one as there used to be. I don't know whether Witzit and a few of the other crew have gone elsewhere to the Earth Awakenings or whatever. But so
no,
I'm jumping
they're on the politics server.
politics server.
Yeah, they have a chat room there. There's always debates going on there actually right now.
I don't think I've been in Earth Awakenings and Modern Day Debate and that other one, that anti-flat Earth one, but I haven't been in this. Is it actually called Politics, the server?
I'm gonna send you an invite to the room.
Oh, cool, bro. Thank you.
You got it in your PM.
Cheers, bro.
It's kind of sad that everybody's there, but yeah. So a lot of traffic there, a lot of Glovers.
Where did you say you sent that link to me, bro? Because it's not in my PM.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe you need to accept like a
Oh,
request.
yeah. Yeah, I probably do.
You should get a notification somewhere.
Yeah, there it is. I've just got to accept your request. Yep, thanks. Oh, there. Thanks, bro.
No worries, man.
Yeah, just recently, last couple of weeks, actually, I've been hearing people saying this politics server, and I just kept on thinking they were talking about a voice, like a server inside the other server that was just, headline politics.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was an actual server called politics. There you go.
Yeah, they have a lot of traffic there. Good one.
Sorry about that, bro. I clicked on it and then I just automatically went in there. I felt rude. I could hear you talking and I just jumped out halfway through.
It's okay. I get it.
What were you saying?
No, I was saying that they have a lot of traffic there. So a
Oh,
lot
okay
of
then.
Glovers come by.
Oh, nice. That's what we want to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been actually really nice since they started that route because I used to sit in here for hours and hours just waiting for a Glover to get in so I can hear somebody flat smack them. I'm not so good at debating myself. I usually just listen in when
Yep.
like Miggy and yeah, the other guys.
All right, bro. Well, I'm going in.
Yeah. All right, man. See ya.
I might see you in there.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
somebody who's been here a while. Crazy Kason. I don't know you from Adam, so are you somebody brand new to the server? Have you been here a while?
I was here. I dropped out, came back, had some good discussions.
Discussions, you say? What's your take on the topic of the server? What is your position, Crazy Kason?
On the topic of the server as a whole,
Yeah.
or with respect to the flat Earth debate?
Yeah. Do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
Yes, he does.
Well, yeah. I want him. Just be honest, man. If you do,
I think it's a
what?
reasonable proposition. But I also I don't think there's
go on.
clear evidence for any sort of way, right? I mean, it's
There's
just
no clear evidence for any sort of way.
Right. I mean,
How do you mean, sir?
In my day-to-day life, I don't pay much attention to
anything.
Whether the Earth is flat or round. I'm usually trying to fix just typical problems.
So you can't be bothered with such mundane things as something.
I don't get paid to be bothered with this shit.
You don't get paid, so you got to get paid to be bothered with this shit. In other words, the basic knowledge of the place where you live, where you reside on, is just not important to you at all. Period. Is that what I'm getting from you right now, Crazy?
I mean, I'm more consumed with mowing the grass, which is the basic fucking shit around my house.
Yeah, mowing the grass on the earth that you live on that you don't know or can't be bothered with about what it is. Is that correct?
Not that
I'm
I
just
can.
trying to get a feel.
I'm here.
I'm just trying to get. Yeah, but check this out, man. Because
to talk about it, right?
Well, it's not about. It's not. Listen,
it can't be.
The knowledge about what we speak of in here. It's for everyone's benefit. So it's not. Some people come in here like, well, I just want to have a discussion. It's not that. It's a rock your world kind of a conversation. It's a world changing, paradigm shifting conversation. It's something you're not gonna like because if it's truth being spoken, either you know truth or you don't know truth. So let me ask you: do you know the truth or you don't know the truth, Crazy? Before I even go any further, do you know the truth?
Can we circle back to the take on the server and
Why?
then get to that?
Yeah, but why can't you not answer my question? I feel like when I ask you a direct question, it should just at least merit an answer, right? At least.
The truth with respect to
Mm-hmm.
the question, right?
Well, so yeah. What are we discussing right now?
With respect to what, the Earth being flat or round?
Obviously, not talking about like what size a lobster is or anything. Like talking about the Earth.
Yeah, I don't know the truth.
You don't know the truth. So right now, like you think that the Earth may or may not be a globe.
It may or may not be flat too. I also think that.
Right. So what if we just go ahead and figure out if that has any merit to what how you think? What if I just give you a quick exercise to kind of know for sure, right? Okay, you might think it's a globe, perhaps. It could be, right? Like you just said. Right? Could be. Right? Is this thing on?
Could be. Sure.
Okay. All right. So let me just clear your doubts and show you that it absolutely is not. Okay? How about that? We'll do that right now. It's really easy.
Is this the geometry? We went over the geometry.
This geometry? No. I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and you either know or you don't know the answers to them. And by this, you would be able to answer the question sufficiently with detailed knowledge of said information about the Earth or not. But that way you'll know or not know if the Earth is a globe or not. It's really easy, obviously. But I've been hearing that you're wavering anyway, so I know how this is already going to end up. Actually, I know how this is going to end up either way, but I want you to be surprised.
Can we first? Okay, you are. I was going to say, because any quote-unquote knowledge by rhetoric, I would not deem as something that I know, unless if empirical evidence is there. And
okay, well, you're just going to say you don't know altogether before I even begin?
Knowledge by rhetoric. If so,
Knowledge
if there's
by
anything,
rhetoric. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you're not going to be able to answer. I mean, let me just go through the exercise real quick. Then
so
I'll let you.
what I'm saying is, if the question pertains to something I've heard,
Yeah, I know, but hang on, man, because I think you're just hemming and hawing right now. Let's just go through the exercise and then let's see what's what. How about that?
Sure.
All right. So the first question I have for you is: who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance?
Even by rhetoric, I don't know that answer.
Okay. Second question. Right? Because I need you to respond in any way, shape, or form that you can sufficiently answer these questions. Second question: who's ever measured the Earth to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator any time in history?
Also, don't know that.
Third question: they tell us that we're living in the vacuum of space. A ball's floating around the globe Earth. It's floating around in the vacuum of space, adjacent to the pressure, or the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I are breathing, somewhere around the 14.6 psi on the surface. So if that's true, that we have that pressure on the surface and we have the vacuum of space that's adjacent to it, then we're trying to figure out how is it possible to have a gas pressure without a container? As they tell us in the Earth being a globe, that it's an open system where matter and energy can transfer. How do we have that?
By rhetoric, it's not possible. But
okay,
I also
I don't know why you caveat to say by rhetoric. I just need the answer if you know it or not.
Well, by rhetoric means that I know it through hearsay.
Well, that's not what I'm concerned about. I need to know if you know the answer to give to sufficiently or not. You could just say yes or no. I know or not. I don't know. Would be sufficient.
So I don't know any of those. The answer to any of those questions.
All right, so then let me just go ahead and encapsulate those three questions, and the answers that you've given is basically that the Earth, being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, is a blind belief that you're holding on to. Whether it be something that you think may or may not be going on, is still a blind belief. There's no merit to you understanding fundamentally that there's any evidence for that whatsoever. So
is it a blind
I'm almost done. So currently, right now, you have this blind belief, or you've been holding on to thus far. I don't know how old you are, but for as long as you've been old, you just blindly believe that the Earth is a globe. May or may not be. Excuse me. May or may not be a globe.
But that's not the case.
Oh, it is absolutely. You just demonstrated that's the case. You're gonna go ahead and say that I did anything wrong to lie, sir? You admitted that you don't know to all three of those. That is the case.
You said you
absolutely is the case. Crazy. That absolutely is the case. You blindly believe, by your own admission, that the Earth is not a globe because you don't know anything about it. I don't know was your answer to three of those questions. But how can you now say anything about it otherwise?
So just I mean, to
yes, what do you mean?
The tone here. Is it that you can
calm the tone?
Dive into my psyche and derive. I
don't have to. You admitted it, sir. You admitted it to me. I don't dive into anything. You outwardly expressed it by saying, "I don't know." So you gave it to me, like
no. I knew
you would.
That my beliefs, right? Because you claim to know my beliefs.
Yeah, the globe is a blind belief that you have right now. May or may not. Let me just caveat and say, may or may not know. Like, it's a blind belief.
So it's a possibility.
No, it's not.
The possibilities.
It is not a possibility because if there was any evidence for the case, there would have been some brought forth when the questions. There was no evidence, therefore, it's a blind belief. So there is nothing to substantiate the claim. Well, I already knew that because you were already wavering. It may or may not be a globe. So I already knew that going in. So you just demonstrated right now to everybody. I don't know why you're just like not admitting that you said, "Hey, I said I didn't know," and that means you don't know, which means
I said I didn't know.
There you said it again. So that means that the Earth is not a globe, because if there was, you could easily demonstrate any sort of evidence that would substantiate the three questions that I gave you. See how that is? That's so easy, isn't it?
How does that mean
how good that feels for you to admit the truth? You've admitted the truth.
Does those three questions inevitably, without a reasonable doubt, deny the possible
idea
that there is a globe?
100%. Because check this out. If there was anyone to come forward and please present your evidence, because these 3 questions have been shellacking people's pseudo intelligence when they come into the server every time. From the most, what do you want to call them? The average person, on the street who says, I don't know, a scientist knows, to the actual scientist. Hey, I'm a scientist. Okay, let me ask you 3 questions. So I've done that to every person in between, including the average guy and the scientist, whom everybody says, let's just we'll just talk to the scientist because he knows. No, I talk to the scientist, the astrophysicist, the cosmologist, the PhD. They're all clueless. They don't know. So you, who are probably the average Joe on the internet, doesn't know either. It's the same. Nobody knows the information because it's not true. There's no truth to it. Therefore, yeah, 100%. It is not a globe.
This is what you're talking about. Is that you have, without a doubt, undeniable evidence the Earth is not a globe. But it sounds like what you provided me is that there's 3 questions that I don't know the answer to.
No, that nobody does. How about that, crazy? I just made it to where nobody, not even you, not the astro. I just said that. Why am I going over?
So here's just like
why do you want to listen? What I don't understand is that there's a lot of wheels being spun here, and a lot of going back to the same thing that I just said. We don't need that. We've already covered that ground. What we got to do right now is let you kind of soak in the information that you admitted you don't know, and I'm telling you, nobody else does. Either if they did, you'd bring such a person into this. You'd be like, hey, wait a minute. I know a scientist. Okay, go get him. Bring him in here. And I'll ask him the 3 questions, and you'll find out that your hero doesn't know either. So it doesn't matter who you bring in here. Nobody knows. That means that because of that, it's all a made-up story. And so how are you trying to right now reason with your mind with this, maybe cognitive dissonance, because probably what is taking hold of you right now, and then come forward and say, well, let me try to just figure this out here. No, you don't have to. You've admitted you don't know, and that's just fine. Why can't you just resonate with that? I don't know. That's okay. Right?
It is okay. This is the whole point of what I'm getting at, though.
Are we good?
But it's okay. Yeah, we're good. Can I propose a made up
Why?
example?
Why?
Just to frame
what?
the discussion.
We've already covered everything that needs to be covered. We're settled. I mean, everybody's leaving the court. Everybody's wanting to go home. They want to go home. Why are you delaying the thing that shouldn't be delayed? It's like, what is this all about? Everybody wants to go home. Everybody wants to eat. Like, what? Why are you still now waiting? What are you putting on hold for? What do we got to hear that's so important? Crazy.
So here's what it is. You got a black box that's impossible to open. And, Joe says there's a cat in it. Jim says there's nothing in it. And Sally says there's a marble in it. And if I say it's possible that there's a cat in it, and you give me 3 reasons why somebody did a test that, quote unquote, proved there was a cat in it, and I said, well, I don't know if that test is true or not. How does that then say it's impossible to be a cat? So this is because this is what I'm getting at.
Dude,
is the globe.
Yeah, you're getting at mental gymnastics, dude, and you're performing like a fucking somersault and shit.
Talking about fuckwit rhetoric.
Jeez Louise, dude.
You're guilty of what you charged others not to do. What the fuck kind of example is that?
It's not any claim.
It's rhetoric. It's horseshit rhetoric. I'll give you a fucking box. I already proved the flat earth to you the other day with elevation angles. Did you forget? You're not keeping up on current events, are you?
I am, but the current events that are paying me. The ones that I get.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you answer the question? Why don't you answer the question again? How can you have a curved fucking adjacent?
Yeah, you can't.
Well, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ's spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. Thanks.
Yeah, man, we're leaving the court. Like, I don't know what you're gonna. You can stay talking to yourself, man, because we're done here. We're all done here. We're good. You came forward and you try to present whatever you had, and you came up tits. So we're good.
What did I try to present? Just so that I'm clear.
That you may or may not know that the Earth is a globe, and now I just showed you that you have no knowledge whatsoever. So now you're just gonna have to sit and really think about that. You don't know anything whatsoever.
Never said I knew.
And you could caveat with you saying that. Well, I don't get paid for that. No one cares, dude, because you don't have the knowledge of the Earth being a globe. So we're good. Like all we needed to hear is that you don't have that, and there's no way that you know that it is a globe. So it's not.
There's no way that I know it's not a globe either. I mean, so this is what I'm getting at: is that if there's something that you simply don't know, why even argue over it? Right?
No,
if you just don't know.
I've told you I do know, and I've given you one proof that you agree with. So cognitive dissonance, much?
No, that so cute is QE. No,
okay, what?
That you know.
Listen, I've already done my part. I've exposed that you have no knowledge. He just showed you that it is flat. I showed you that you have no knowledge of it being a globe, which takes care of that half. The other half is that he showed you that it is flat, and now you're denying his.
Oh, but how is the fact that you cannot have a curved adjacent proving the Earth is flat?
Because we're
performing
celestial. Well, I'm going to tell you, shut the fuck up. And I already told you the other night. Because we're successfully finding our position using celestial navigation and elevation angles. That's why.
But that's beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
And it could just be a good approximation.
It's not an approximation. It's dividing by 0 to try to get an elevation angle off a curved surface. Unless you could tell us, back to the original question, this Elmer-Fudd sophistry is not going to work. Okay?
Yeah.
So, prove a curved adjacent on a right angle triangle. Right fucking now. That's what I'm saying. Prosecution rests.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
How fast is the Earth going around the sun, Chris?
Just 1 minute, mate. So it says that I googled how much G-force does an astronaut experience in a rocket launch, and it said 3 Gs, right? And then I also looked up how long does it take a rocket to accelerate to escape velocity. It says 1 mile. It takes 32 seconds to reach an altitude of 62 miles, the Kármán line, and it takes approximately 150 seconds to get the shuttle out of Earth's atmosphere. And they are travelling approximately 1 mile per second, which translates to 3,600 miles per hour.
How fast?
3,600 miles per hour.
No, see, they have to accelerate, though. They have to accelerate to the escape velocity of Earth. So it's not just a constant 3,000 miles an hour. No, they're accelerating to 18,000 miles.
The Blackbird itself, that's the fastest plane that was ever constructed. It's going over 2,000 miles an hour. That's the fastest thing
that we know about.
So far.
Yeah, that they tell us. Yeah.
Yeah, it's old as dirt. You can look it up there, Chris. That's the fastest plane. So.
Yeah, no, it's me, but that they tell us, that we know about, that we as peons can be told about. But wait, you guys, wait a sec. I just realized you guys don't even understand. You're not taking into consideration the spin of the Earth that's throwing the rocket outwards. There's that calculation that's got to go into consideration, right?
Not taking into account the orbital motion of the Earth around the Sun, which is at Mach 82. So, what G-forces would you expect from that?
If that's
None.
the rocket out,
None. Are you mad?
I can tell you why.
Chris, answer this question. Are you mad?
I can tell
Mach
you why.
82, mate.
Yes.
It's Mach 82.
But it's not accelerating.
It's going round in a circle, in an elliptical orbit, which necessitates acceleration and deacceleration. So I'll ask you again, are you mad?
I think that's the case.
Well, hold on. You don't think that the Earth is going around the sun in an elliptical path? You think it's going around in a perfect circle? You don't even know your own model.
No, it's elliptical, yeah.
Yeah, so that necessitates acceleration and deacceleration, unless you think you can go around on an elliptical path maintaining the same speed. You can't.
Why?
Think about it. You're going around in an elliptical path. You're going to accelerate and deaccelerate because one of the corners is tighter than the other one. So I'll ask you again, are you mad?
You ever heard of a chicane?
And also, when we're sending, when we're sending, apparently in quotation marks, rockets to the moon, you're leaving the Earth, which is travelling around the sun at Mach 88, going to the sun. And then travelling to the moon. Why isn't the Earth fucking off and leaving the rocket behind? Because it is not travelling at the same speed as it goes to the moon, or is there some kind of magic happening there too? How many ways would you like us to rip this apart?
Are you asking
gentle
why?
speed, right?
Yeah, I'm asking you because you're the one who's defending this shit, and every time we ask you a question, you throw your hands up and you go, I don't know, I'm not a fucking scientist. But I'll give you images from a fucking satellite. You can't answer a simple question like how you have gas pressure without a fucking container, and every single thing that you will point to, we will rip apart.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. And as far as I'm concerned, real quick, Chris, before we go back to that, yeah, there's no, you would need to demonstrate that humans are capable of traveling and accelerating at those speeds for those amount of times. There's no demonstration of this. You just won't find people accelerating at those speeds. Okay, so the only claim is like inside your fantasy space rockets that are apparently going to space. Right? This is just, it's nonsense. Right? This is, humans aren't allowed to accelerate at those speeds, dude. Okay, there's physical limitations to like what you're allowed to do. Okay, and accelerating at 200 miles an hour for 5 minutes is not one of them. Okay, sorry.
That may be the case. I like I said, to address Jedi saying, when I say I don't know, I say I don't know because it's the most honest position to take.
I understand that, mate, but if you're here defending that, and then every time we ask you a question and your answer is, I don't know, I respect the position that you don't know. That's very honest. But how can you defend this shit if you don't know?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, instead of having an open mind, instead of having an open mind about it.
So about the
baffles me, mate. And we're not even talking about the Earth following the sun. I mean, that's going at 250,000 miles an hour, according to the model, kind of north. So how many motions of this Earth are we having, and how many do we actually experience? None. None whatsoever. The Earth environment does not act like it is flying. I mean, you can see this, mate. Open your goddamn fucking eyes.
So about the
not going to take 5 seconds for that to drill in. I'm just going to fucking talk about something else. You're still in bullshit, mate.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
No question. I'm just berating you because you're an idiot.
Right. Okay. So
there's no need to talk like that, Jedi.
Oh, there will be in a minute for you.
I do understand.
There will be in a minute for you. There will be in a minute. I've been talking to Chris for enough time. We have a relationship. It's fine. We're all good. But at the end of the day, mate, I'm going to berate him with this because if he's going to defend shit that he doesn't know, then why the fuck are we listening to him?
Yeah, like instead of being open-minded about this, you're trying to.
And I've got a lot of respect for Chris, man.
All the other people who have figured this out.
I do, man. It's just my basic understanding, and I can't speak to any more than what I don't know.
which we understand.
So far,
you have to
you
critically
haven't said
think these things.
One at a time.
Sorry, Al.
No, I'm not saying it to you. I know what, yeah, but
Whoever I was talking over was really quiet. So please continue, mate.
Stop throwing freaking logic out the damn window, people. Love what you're doing, Jedi. Keep it up.
Yeah, I'm shouting over there.
About the elliptical orbit, yeah, you're right. It does change speed, but it says Earth's speed is not constant as the Earth's elliptical orbit. If the Earth is closest to the Sun, it moves fastest. On the other hand, when the Earth is faster than the Sun, it moves slowest. But it says, oh, wait a minute, where am I?
You keep saying it says. Who is it says? It as in the thing that we're all trying to figure out is wrong? What are you talking about?
Simon says, dude. Simon, like men, right? Science, men. Simon says.
Good one.
Google says.
Yeah, no, right?
Yeah,
it's like what
I
are
have to
you
look
doing?
it
Like all you're doing is regurgitating and reiterating stuff that we already knew for 30 years and have now discounted. What are you hoping to bring to this? What are you? You're not thinking for yourself or I don't know. I don't know.
The thing is, I don't feel acceleration or deceleration whenever the Earth speeds up or slows down. If that were the case, we would feel it, but we don't.
Good
not
point,
even
Earl.
feeling, mate. It's the Earth not acting like it is moving. We've got tidal waters attached to the outside of a ball that is fucking in motion. Where in nature do we observe the surface of a ball adhering tidal waters whilst it's spinning and moving? We don't notice any movement of the Earth. None. It would act so much differently if we're on a ball that was travelling at God knows what fucking speeds. We observe this in everyday reality. This is what happens. But no, all of a sudden we're on a ball, we wouldn't feel it, wouldn't notice it, right? Because what? Reasons?
Right, I'll tell you why I think, and this is just my own opinion, why we wouldn't have a sense that detects us, the Earth rotating. If we could detect the Earth's rotation, then if we had a sense that could detect that, then we would constantly feel it all the time, and that would overwhelm our other senses. So I don't think it makes sense to have a sense that would detect the rotation of the Earth.
All right, Chris. In two different examples, you are doing two completely different things. If you are on the equator, on the terminator line at 6 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the evening, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the Earth is pushing up underneath your feet at Mach 88. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Earth is leaving your feet at Mach 88. Two completely different things, because on one side of the Earth you're going with the motion, on the other side of the Earth is leaving you. So if you were to throw a ball up and it was to come down, measure difference in this. We don't measure nothing like that. The outside of the ball following it or being pushed.
So you think that if we're on the equator and the Earth is moving at Mach 88, if you threw a ball up, it would land somewhere else?
No, I'm saying at 6 o'clock in the morning, if you threw the ball up, it would come down to you faster because the Earth is pushing up under you at Mach 88. 6 o'clock in the evening, throw a ball up. The ball should never return because the Earth is leaving you at Mach 88. You know this. It's fucking physically demonstrated, mate, in everyday reality. If you are on the front of something and it's pushing you, or you're on the back of something that has to pull you. But this isn't observed. It's obvious. The location on this ball, you would experience many different things. In actual fact, gravity has to work very differently on every single different location on the Earth to make it act as if it is not moving and nothing is actually happening. Gravity is fucking magical. It gets to choose what it does, apparently. Bollocks! Please open your eyes, Chris.
Dude, I'm struggling to understand what you mean. You throw a
6
ball
o'clock in the morning on the terminator line on the equator. The Earth is going from right to left. Okay? So at 6 o'clock in the morning, the Earth is pushing up underneath your feet at Mark 88. 6 in the Earth is leaving your feet at Mark 88. Push, pull. Right?
Leaving your feet.
Yes, because it's going in the opposite direction.
The Earth's going in.
If you've got a car and you're on the front of it, the car's pushing you, right? You're on the back of the car, it's got to pull you. You know what a trailer is, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So you're unattached to the Earth, you're just standing on it. And if you're unattached, that car is leaving you. So the Earth is going away from your position at 6 o'clock in the evening, from underneath your feet if you stood on the equator. Mark 88. Earth is fucking off.
I honestly, I'm struggling to understand what you mean.
Hey, I got a video. I got a video for you, Chris, of this guy doing a G-force. G-force at 9. Watch that video. Won't take you long.
I'm going to state the example again. Chris, your head's the sun. You're looking at the Earth. You hold a ball out in front of you, right? So that's the Earth. It is travelling from the right to the left. On the equator at 6 o'clock in the morning on the terminator line, which would be on the left-hand side of a ball, if you're looking at a clock, that's a 9 o'clock position. The Earth is pushing at 6 o'clock in the evening, 3 o'clock on the clock, the Earth is leaving you. One side it's pushing you, one side it's having to pull you. Right? Push, pull. The Earth's traveling in a direction. You're going to be pushed one way and pulled another. Very simple. Like I said, how many ways would you like us to rip this story apart, mate?
All it takes is him to listen to one. He's not listening. He's still
I'm trying to understand.
His way is right.
I'm standing on the equator.
At 6 o'clock in the morning.
At 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so if the Earth is travelling, at that instance, the Earth is pushing up underneath your feet at Mark 88, because that's the direction the Earth is going, right? 6 o'clock in the... No?
But why is the Earth pushing up?
Because that's the path the Earth is taking. Relative to your position, remember when you're on the outside of a ball, it is underneath your feet pushing in that direction or going in that direction. 6 o'clock in the evening, the Earth is leaving you, leaving your feet like a car and a trailer. On the front of the car, you're being pushed. On the back of the car, you're being pulled. Right?
I'm really sorry, man. I can't follow this.
I'm not surprised.
So you don't even know either model then? What do you mean? You don't know?
He hasn't thought about it.
I'm trying.
Right. God, I don't know how to explain this any simpler, man. I really don't.
What? Why?
You know what push is? You put your hand out in front of you, right?
Right.
Move it. Right? You can feel the air pressure moving as you push your hand through the air. That's the way your hand is going. Put something on the front of your hand, right, in the palm of your hand, you're pushing it. Put something on the back of your hand, you're going to leave it behind, right?
Right.
Yeah. So 6 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the evening. One, the Earth is pushing up underneath your feet if you're on the equator at Mark 88. The other instance, 6 o'clock in the evening, the Earth is leaving your feet at Mark 88.
And you're spinning around in one direction.
Why is there a difference between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. if I'm standing on the equator?
Because it's where your position is. It's the relative motion of the Earth. In one instance, you're being pushed up underneath. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun is leaving you. I'm just using a very simple terminator line experiment, so kind of diagram in your head, mate. One instance, the Earth is pushing because that's the direction the Earth is traveling. It is not traveling the other way. It is leaving your feet at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Are you talking about the Earth orbiting around the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Fuck, I thought you were talking about rotation of the Earth. Right, okay.
We're not rotating at Mark 88. At Mark 8. I mentioned this to you earlier. I mean, stop.
I thought you said Mach 0.88, which, you know, is roughly like 1,000 miles per hour.
No, I'm not talking about spin, mate. I'm talking about the motion of the Earth.
Right.
Yeah, so you understand now, right?
I'm starting to, yes.
Yeah, so one instance you're at the front of the Earth as it's going in that direction. The other instance you're behind the Earth as it's going away from you.
Right.
Throw a ball up in the air at both of these locations at 6 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the evening. The ball's going to come back down to you exactly the same way, right?
Right.
Nothing changes depending on where you are in this ball. Throw the ball up, it comes back down. However, if you're on a ball that's travelling at Mark 88, then when you throw a ball up at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's going to come down a hell of a lot faster than the one at 6 o'clock in the evening because the Earth's fucking off.
I mean, do you understand how little the Earth orbits around the sun in 12 hours?
In 12 hours, it's going really fast. I don't care, mate. It's going really fast. It's traversing a very large distance.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just, the only thing that matters is that it's moving really fast.
Yep. And so is everything else on the Earth, including me.
1.9 million miles an hour in several different directions, by the way, if you tally them all up.
Yeah, I know. I've heard that, QE.
But we don't notice any motion of the Earth's environment whatsoever. Tidal water.
But because if we had the senses to detect that, it would overwhelm.
What, looking at the environment? I don't care about feeling it. I'm looking at the Earth's environment. The tidal waters attached to the outside of a ball that's spinning around and fucking moving. Don't care about, feeling it. I want to notice it in the environment. Something no one ever has done.
You didn't know about it. You have the anatomy to know about it. The vestibular apparatus in your ear, you'd know about it.
The oceans wouldn't be able to contain the water because they would be spinning so fast they would just be spread out across the landmass or be stuck into one spot.
It's been a while since I looked that stuff up. A&P was a long time ago. So, do you know anything about the vestibular apparatus in your ear?
Chris?
What, the three little bones, the stapes, the inkeys, and I can't remember the name of the other one.
Yeah, the inner ear, the vestibule, the semicircular canals. Yeah. You know their functions.
A little bit.
And their functions involve balance.
Balance.
They're pretty sensitive. Like I said, it's been a while since I took A&P. I'm not an ear specialist, but I did sleep in a Holiday Inn Express last night.
the inkeys, the stapes, and the Mali. Fuck it. Right, what about it? John?
That's what I'm saying. You'd notice those movements.
Why?
Because those apparatus. Yeah. Right.
I mean, you should be able to, but on the other hand, you could get so used to it that you don't actually
get used to acceleration and de-acceleration. Is that what we're getting used to now? Something that's constantly changing? Yeah, all right.
Sure thing.
But when you're in a train, for example, and you're going 60 miles per hour...
Am I going round in a circle? Let's make it analogous.
Right, but then it would have to be a very large circle.
Yeah, it's still going round in a circle, mate.
Yeah,
Right,
and going at
you go
1,000
round
miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 miles an hour. Right? Don't confuse angular velocity and tangential speed.
I fully agree.
Because RPMs have nothing to do with miles per hour.
That's right. And that's why I think saying the Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour is not a fair way to measure the rotation.
Yeah, that's why it is.
Hold on. Sorry, Kiri. What's the circumference of the Earth, Chris? Is it 24,901 miles? Is 24,901 miles a long fucking distance? Yeah, it takes the Earth one fucking day to traverse this distance, but it needs to go 1,000 miles an hour to do so.
At the equator, yes.
Yes. So, long distance has to go fucking fast.
Right, but that's... Yeah. But then when you get closer to the poles, that speed changes, and that's why I don't think it's a fair way to measure the rotation of the Earth.
But we're talking about around the equator that's going over 1,000 miles an hour.
Yes.
I mean, if you're going to say that moving north or south away from the equator, you're reducing speed, yeah, you're damn fucking right, but you don't notice that either, do you?
Right.
Yeah, so, fucking hell, ball destroyed. How many times do you want me to do this?
Why would you notice the difference?
Because you're on a fucking ball that's spinning.
Okay,
Have you ever been on a roundabout? Have you ever driven a car round a roundabout? Have you ever gone in a circle?
Of course.
I have.
Oh my God. Me too.
Me too. Jedi.
What now? What reason now?
So let's say you're on the equator and you start moving north. It's going to take you a long, long time to get to the Tropic of Cancer, right?
It depends how fast I'm going.
It does. Depends how fast.
Yeah, from the time traveling at 500 miles an hour. Yeah.
What the hell is your point? What's your point?
the detecting the difference of the tangential velocity at the tropics and the equator. I just don't see why you would. There's no reason why.
Because you're decelerating.
No, the Earth's still rotating at the same rate.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Hold on. He's pulling a little fallacy. It's called false equivalence. I just told you not to mess around and get confused between angular velocity and tangential speed. RPMs are not miles per hour.
Right.
And have nothing to do with how fast the Earth miles per. Nothing to do with it.
RPMs are revolutions per minute.
That's right. It's Errol, isn't it?
Yeah, Earl.
Right, and I'm looking at my case fan right now, and it's
RPM of the Earth is not judged by minutes. RPM is not one revolution per minute.
You're forgetting distance equals rate times time. That's how if you want to solve for speed, that's how you solve that. You don't solve that with RPMs.
Right.
Gotcha.
I wouldn't measure the rotation of the Earth in RPM.
Yeah, you've been spending too much time, and you've been hanging around Gem Panda too much because he's had that retarded view for about 3.5 years now. You should tell him.
Yeah.
Well, John, you came into Gem server. You were asked a few questions. You rage quit. You demanded that we provide the best Glober for you to debate.
Yep.
You gave us some rules that you wanted us to adhere to.
Yep.
They were rejected. We wanted to do it.
Yeah, because you volunteered Gem Panda. He's retarded, right? I want the best of the best. I'm talking PhD astrophysics level. You don't got one of those?
We have a PhD, yeah. Phil, yeah.
I'll be back later, guys.
Well, listen, I've already been on Gem Panda about 3.5 years ago. You can go back on his videos and see me in there explaining to him the Coriolis effect plus this topic, angular velocity versus tangential speed, right? Many years ago I've done this, Chris, long before you were here.
I'm sure you have, John.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Bye, Felicia.
About the ISS, right? So it was Bancusi. It said that it's done in a Hollywood studio. That cost. Do you know how much Hollywood movies cost to make?
Yeah, quite a bit. How much does it cost to fucking set up an international space station and fucking fly around in space? I guarantee you, making images on a movie set and putting them onto the screen with a little bit of CGI is probably most of those are wages. By the way, actors get paid millions of dollars. So shut up.
Right. So do you guys think they use harnesses and wires?
Well, they seem to, demonstrably so, in some video evidence. Yeah.
Have you ever
Not
seen?
always.
You ever seen the astronauts in Skylab? And I think this was the mid '70s doing acrobatics.
Where was Skylab at?
It doesn't matter.
Somebody's laughing. You're cracking me up, man. What elevation? What elevation was Skylab?
Altitude.
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head.
I have to ask a question.
Is that you laughing in the background?
Are you guys talking about the Terminator movie?
I'm the Terminator. The J's silent.
So I put a little GIF in there of astronaut doing some spins and.
Well, let's look at the altitude. Come on. We can look this up, can't we? So altitude of Skylab. Altitude of Skylab.
I think it was like 270 miles.
270 miles. That's in 270 miles. That is somewhere around 10 to the negative 7th torr. How is it? It's in Narnia. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, John, but that wasn't.
That's my point. Why are you bringing it up? It's not up there.
Right.
It's either this. Either they're lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Right. But John, my point is that if they are using wires and harnesses in the ISS to fake weightlessness, why didn't they do it with Skylab? Because as you can see, this astronaut flipping about.
I don't really care.
He's obviously not using wires and harnesses, right?
I don't really care. They're not 270 miles. I don't care. I don't care what they're doing.
Dude,
I don't care if they're tied together by licorice. It doesn't matter. They're not 270 miles above the Earth.
Right, then let's say it's on the ground.
Okay, then that's another discussion. Have a nice day.
Right. So if they're using harnesses and wires for the ISS to fake the ISS and weightlessness, why didn't they do it in Sky?
No, maybe they had a different technology then. I don't know. Who cares?
Right, okay. Jedi, exactly right. They may have well had a different technology, but that was back in the mid or late 70s. So why would they go back to wires if they had that technology in the late mid 70s?
I don't know, mate. Go and fucking ask them. But the point is that the medium that all this shit is taking place can't exist. You can't have gas pressure without a container unless you can demonstrate how.
Yeah, he's skipping by and going to the second level of the conversation without proving that the Earth spins and that there's a vacuum out there and all these things. He's just by all these other.
You're roboting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jump
sorry.
out, come back in. Like the hokey pokey, you guys.
Yeah, we don't care about what the color of the lantern is in Narnia and why they changed the color. We're stating that Narnia doesn't exist.
Whoa.
That's deep.
That's too much.
You take that back.
I'll take that back right now, mister.
Is the Candice from Narnia at least real?
It's pretty powerful, right? Either somebody's lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false. pretty good one, isn't it? I just made that up.
I'm afraid I can't go there, John.
Right. I'm not. It's not just at you. I'm just stating it for everyone, right? Because there's only two choices in this instance.
So it's
either somebody's lying
for either one to be true. I mean, yes, of course, somebody could be lying, but what about the other option? Could that be
the second law of thermodynamics being false?
Dare I say? No, I'm not trying to cause a problem or stir the pot. I'm just really trying to be too optimistic, I guess.
Yeah, it's a disjunctive syllogism. One of two choices. One, somebody's lying because they're saying that they're out there. But out there is a second law of thermodynamics violation. So, ergo, either they're lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false. Take your pick.
John.
Are you saying it's not possible to say it's false?
Yeah, I'm saying that because it's a natural law, and the second law of thermodynamics, if it was falsified, as the principal pillar in physics.
Sure.
Per Einstein.
And chemistry.
Wait a minute, per Einstein. Oh, wait, I don't know.
Well, the second law of thermodynamics is much bigger than Einstein. I'm just telling you what the man said.
Oh, sure. Okay. All right.
Yeah. He called it the principal pillar of classical physics left intact by the march of science. That's how he phrased it.
Gentlemen, I have to say that so far I very much enjoyed the conversation. But if you don't mind me mentioning that, and I know this happens and it's for the most part sometimes unavoidable, but we're all at the same table and we're all frustrated, but I just hate it when topics and conversations go bad where they can't really continue, but hey.
Well, this one's been over the past hour and a half.
Yeah, we've been sitting here for hours now.
This has been over for an hour and a half. This is barely palpable background noise.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because Jedi already killed this thing with the, what was it, Mach 88?
Yeah, motion of the Earth.
Yep.
The push pull, is that what you're talking about?
I destroyed that in the bath like years ago. Fucking hell.
I'm surprised they didn't use Mach 6.66 or something. It's about the same, makes as much sense.
So, you guys, this is a new topic, sort of, kind of, right?
Oh, no.
You've been talking about? Or?
No, it's just swatting flies. He just keeps throwing things out there. We slam, comes up with the same thing, keeps recycling the same stuff.
You mean standard tactics?
Yeah, it's like, we call it like gish galloping or whatever. Just keeps throwing stuff out there, hoping something sticks.
That's not a gish gallop.
It's some weird word, isn't it? And I can't remember the name of it.
No, it's more like Groundhog Day. It's the same repeated argument by the same people every fucking day. Even though we probably had these conversations about 2 weeks ago, destroyed it then 2 weeks later they come back and say the same fucking shit.
Yeah,
man. People can't learn.
But I mean, I just like to, have a friendly chat. That's all.
I know. And I do have respect for you, Chris. You are one of my more favourite Clovers.
Jedi, yellow pictures coming for you.
Oh, cheers, buddy. Thank
you. Yeah.
Well, I think it's really telling. Is like just ask them, like, Chris, if you don't care about space, why should I care? And I don't even think that stuff is real.
I love space. I think it's beautiful. I think you guys are missing out on so much. I know you guys probably don't think the Hubble is real. Space is beautiful. It's amazing. Astronomical observations are awesome.
Neverland's pretty cool.
Mordor's quite nice. Been there before, man. Wouldn't you want to make this happen for you?
Make what happen?
Fantasies are beautiful, mate.
Want to take a vacation on the moon?
This is the sad part, dude. The space really isn't that magical, man, because you're getting the beautiful, like, photoshopped, pink, green, splashed explosion image. I mean, every time we see videos of these people up there, they don't see jack. It's a black void up there, man. You might run into a planet without even realizing it because you can't see the damn thing.
I mean, whether or not the stars or just lights in the sky, then either way, I think it's beautiful and amazing.
Yeah, the sky is fucking gorgeous, mate. I mean, those lights in the sky, constellations, moon, sun, they're fucking gorgeous, mate.
See,
not gonna lie. You think that Jupiter's a giant gas planet, for fuck's sake? I mean,
right. But the first time I saw Saturn through my telescope, it was amazing. I loved it. I could see the rings.
Me too, mate. Me too. I think I was 13 at the time when I witnessed Saturn through a telescope, and it looked like a great big thing. It looked like a two-handed teacup or something like that. It was weird. I mean, there is nothing else in the sky like it, right?
Right. It was only about a year or two ago for me, and I saw Jupiter as well, and I saw the moons, the Jovian moons too, and that was something that took my breath away. And when I saw Mars as well, I mean, it was just awesome.
It's amazing how you can see things millions and millions of miles away.
You guys, what you guys are talking about?
Don't you want to go there?
Okay, I guess I won't.
Oh, I didn't mean to step on you. Go ahead.
Well, from time to time, every now and then, not too often, I think about, in retrospect, about things, how could all of this gotten past all of us? So, you guys talking about looking with your own eyes through a telescope and seeing quote unquote planets and how amazed you were. So my thought was, what was your line of thinking when, you would see pictures from NASA and they didn't look the same? What did you say to yourself? Oh, I just didn't have powerful enough equipment like they do. I mean, what was it? I mean,
is that for me, Jen?
The two that we're talking about looking through a telescope, I think Jedi and Panto, maybe?
No, it's me and Chris.
Oh, sorry, guys. Okay, yeah.
That's right.
But yeah, I'm interested in your thoughts, really, if you don't mind sharing.
When I looked, I was already on the ball. Saturn was what it was. It was the distance. It was away. Yeah, brilliant.
But what you saw doesn't match up with NASA photos.
No, you can't. Yeah, cool. You can't. It can't exist. Jupiter can't exist in the way that we are told. Now, Jupiter's there. I mean, we reference this light as Jupiter, right? It does what it does. But to say that it is a giant ball of gas in a vacuum is just bollocks. So when people say that we claim that they are just lights in the sky, the lights in the sky of unknown cause, it makes it more beautiful. As far as I'm concerned, it's more magical now. Because we now don't know.
You know what? That's actually a fair point. But here's the reason why I think that we do know what they are. And that's, I'm sure you're going to guess what I'm going to say next. Spectroscopy.
Oh, please, John. Are you still here?
Oh, I just got back.
Oh, yes.
Got him.
I just sat down and heard spectroscopy. What about spectroscopy?
Yeah.
So the reason I think that the sun is helium and hydrogen, and why I think stars are made of mostly helium and hydrogen, is because of spectroscopy.
Negative. Can't be. You're confusing terrestrial spectroscopy with celestial spectroscopy. Did you watch my presentation?
No.
You need to go to my videos, my science, go to my playlist for science education, spectroscopies there. You need to review that and then come back. You got big problems.
Why?
Because you don't know the difference between terrestrial and celestial spectroscopy.
Explain it to me.
Distance, okay?
One is in a closed... Hold on a second. It's very easy. It's very easy. Spectroscopy, whether it's flame, how many different types of spectroscopy are there?
I don't know.
That's what I'm talking about. What is the atomizer in spectroscopy?
I don't know.
That's what I'm talking about. So you're asking me to explain something? Number one, you claimed this. You don't even understand the basic fundamentals of it.
Well, here's why. In high school, we had blackout curtains. I think it was chemistry, and they put in a small, bit of sunlight, and it was refracted through a prism, and we saw the spectra of the sunlight, right? And then from the absorption lines, we can compare that to elemental fingerprints, and they were consistent with hydrogen and helium.
Absorption lines?
Yes.
Where's the absorption lines at?
In the spectra of sunlight.
I thought you just said that you saw a prism. That would be an emission spectra.
No. The prism, when you refract the light through a prism, it creates a spectrum, right?
Yeah, an emission spectrum.
With emission lines and absorption lines in that spectrum.
Emission lines and absorption lines,
right.
Okay?
Okay. And you have absorption lines that are consistent with the elemental fingerprints of hydrogen and helium.
That doesn't mean that's what the sun is. You don't know what's between... Number one, here's the problem. Number one, in spectroscopy, it's inside a closed system when they do it in chemistry. That is, they know what is between... It's highly controlled. They know what's between the atomizer and the detector. It's inside a machine, right?
No.
Yeah.
What's inside the machine?
That's how they perform spectroscopy.
No, I think you're talking about gas spectrometry.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about atomic emission spectroscopy and atomic absorption spectroscopy.
Let me find an example.
You ain't gonna find an example.
I had this bookmark, but unfortunately I lost my bookmarks when I had to reinstall Windows.
It doesn't matter, you're finished. You don't even know what the atomizer is.
What's the atomizer?
These things are in a container.
What's the atomizer?
It's highly controlled. The atomizer, yes. The things that convert the solids into gaseous state.
You don't need that for spectroscopy.
Oh, Christopher.
Chris. Oh my God. You came in here earlier and you were saying how you don't know and you're willing to listen, and you're doing a lot of bullheaded not listening for someone who said that you're trying to figure things.
QE's talking about gas chromatography, mass spectrometry.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about atomic emission and atomic absorption spectroscopy. Not mass spectroscopy. I'd never said anything about that. This is nonsense, man.
Yeah, Chris, you've claimed many times that you don't know and you have an open mind. So someone's here telling you something and you're just saying, nah.
I'm saying that you do not need an atomizer. All right, John. Okay, John. How do you atomize light?
Terrestrial spectroscopy, atomic emission. It's called AES. The three atomizers are flame. That's for group 1 and group 2 metals, inductively coupled plasma, and electrothermal. That's graphite furnace. Inside a friggin' machine, I'm looking at an inductively coupled plasma atomic emission spectrometer right now. Right? I'm looking. No, then you have atomic absorption spectroscopy. There's flame, cold vapor, hydride generating, and a graphite furnace again. I'm looking at the machine in front of me.
John, in high school, when we did this experiment, we took
It wasn't an experiment.
Okay, whatever. We took a beam of sunlight. We refracted it through a prism. Why would I need an atomizer?
I don't care.
How do you atomize light?
In spectroscopy, you knucklehead. You're trying to find out what the substance is. You do that by converting it to gas. You knucklehead.
A sample.
Oh my God. You're so stupid. I mean, ignorant in this subject. It's hard to even speak with you. What are the 3 types of spectrum?
3 types of spectrum.
Yep.
Don't know.
What the hell? This is like, I'm going to tell you, I'm sorry, dude, but your Dunning-Kruger is belly laughing. This is like Elmer Fudd giving the keynote address at a neurosurgery convention. You don't know the 3 types. You don't know the 3 types of spectra. Continuous, emission, and absorption. How do you get How do you get a continuous spectrum? What produces continuous spectrum?
I don't know.
Solids and liquids produce a continuous spectrum. Emission lines are produced by energized thin gases without a light source behind them. Absorption lines are produced by cool, thin gases. Gases only emit and absorb in bands. You need to watch my presentation, dude, and then
And on that note, I literally just dropped it in live stream text one.
Oh, you did? Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, it's for your perusal, Chris.
Appreciate that, man.
No.
Yeah, this discussion's over.
I'm still trying to find this link.
Before that video goes, Chris, and make sure that you save it somehow or stick it on the list. I dropped it in live stream 1. If you're going to claim spectroscopy, please watch the video.
I'll get around to it.
Cheers. I know you won't, but cheers.
So sad.
Right then, guys, any more? If you've just got the lobby role and you want to get involved in the conversation, you go up to voice checking #1, speak to a moderator so you can get the VC plans. If you're on YouTube and you're watching, you need to hit the Discord link, come to the Discord server, go to voice checking #1, speak to a moderator, and they give you turns. That's if you've just got the lobby role. If you do have the ability to speak and you have got control of your mic, you can now ask your questions pertaining to the Flat Earth Go argument. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Welcome.
I just want to say thanks to Quantum Eraser. I've learned quite a bit from this guy. He's pretty.
Same.
Yeah, here. Cheers to that.
You're welcome.
Oh, John, quick question. I was in a conversation the other day and I had a complete brain freeze. The conversation was about the ontological primitive and how it negates the first law of thermodynamics.
Yes, the ontological primitive. Sure, the ontological primitives. That is, what are the only 2 choices for how we and the universe are here? You have only 2 choices. Atheists or materialists, they think that only energy and matter exist. So that's nature, whereas the other ontological primitive is intelligent design. So you got 2 of them, and only 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, according to the first law of thermodynamics, the first law of thermodynamics states nature or natural law cannot create or destroy matter energy, correct?
Yeah, that's the bit I missed. Yeah.
The problem is the first law and the second law, there had to be a beginning, because the first law states that nature or natural law cannot create matter or energy, like I said. The second law of thermodynamics state that the universe is constantly getting more, the energy is becoming more spread out. Right? So in combination with those two laws, it reduces down to there must have been a beginning. You can't get out of it.
Thank you. Cheers. Yeah. Thank you, mate.
Yeah,
I knew it was in
that's
my
it.
head somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah. And when people say, oh, well, you're a creationist, you see, you're parroting the wrong pseudoscience, because even your own pseudoscientist, that is Hawking, the late, great Stephen Hawking, stated that there must have been a beginning due to what? Second law of thermodynamics. Paul Davies and Alex Vilenkin all have shown and have demonstrated they don't have to do too much, just state the first and second laws and it's over. But they have said that there must have been a beginning. So I don't know what the beginning is creation. I don't know where these atheists are getting this from, because even their own people, their high up level people, are telling them there was creation.
Brilliant. Thanks,
You
mate.
need the citations? I got them.
I mean, if you want to DM me to them, mate, that'd be awesome. But don't worry about it too much.
Yeah, give me I can PM them to you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Event on Politics server, Saturday the 30th of September 2023.
On the surface of the Earth, right? You take your 3 points.
Not on the surface either.
They're not on the surface.
What, are you taking them in the air?
Yeah, because it's an elevation angle, you fucking retard. Let's say I was taking an elevation angle.
Oh my god, right,
sun.
okay, let's
Is
not
the
get
sun
derailed.
on the Earth, on the surface?
Let's say they're all at the same altitude.
Shut the fuck up.
Let's say they're all at the same altitude, right?
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
to each
We're
position.
all at the same altitude. I'm all at the same. I'm at the same altitude as the sun.
No,
fucking retard.
I don't have an altitude, bro.
This is more confusion. So what's the point right now?
The point is, look, this is what I'm describing. You're saying. So you get 3 points, right? All at the same altitude using the altitude corrector, right?
What the fuck, man?
The stars that you align with, they point to the center, so you can see where you are.
No. Not. What is an elevation angle, clown?
Why are you asking me this question like it holds all of the weight of the
Yeah,
argument?
because it does. Because it destroys your globe tard. What is an elevation angle?
I'm just a globe-tard, bro. I can't answer. Sorry.
Yeah, you
I don't
damn
like
Skippy,
speaking to you.
because you have to deny the very existence of a sextant. Because it measures elevation angles. And the only way to get elevation angles is to employ right angle triangles. And those are 3 straight lines. Specifically, that bottom line, the adjacent part of the triangle, has to be horizontal, flat, level. You're finished. Say goodnight. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Anyone else?
Sure, loads of people want to talk to you.
Yeah, I know they don't, because they're going to get their asses handed to them quick.
Is that what this is about, winning an argument?
Yeah, no, it's about shoving pretender clown noses into their heliocentric ball-tard turd. That's what this is about. Yes.
How old are you?
What does that have anything to do with this?
Let's not even go off this ad hominem kind of.
What's my favorite color?
Just asking how old you are, bro. That's
What do I feel about Democrats?
Turquoise.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you son
I'm
of a
sorry.
bitch.
Sorry, bro.
This is, I mean, look, all we're talking about is something very, very simple. But people like yourself, and I don't mean to be rude, but
No, that's cool, bro. It's cool.
No, that's fine, seem to want to dodge this because somewhere in the back of their mind, you know we're right, and it takes the ball away from you.
Jedi, I genuinely don't think like that. Like, let's not see whether who's right here. Let's just understand each other's thought process, because I think that's more. I think that's more useful.
Not who's right, what's right.
No.
Not
It
who.
doesn't matter who's right. No, exactly.
Not who. What is the truth? So what is define an elevation
I was talking to
angle.
Jedi Quantum.
Yeah, you bet your ass you are. But now you're not. You're talking to me. Define an elevation angle.
Anyway, Jedi. What was I
Yeah,
saying?
you betcha.
This is exactly what I mean. The running away. I mean, I've asked this question.
He is being kind of like antagonizing.
No, and no one really cares. And really, we
Right.
don't
So
want
why
people-
should I host a good-willed conversation with this man?
A good-willed with this man.
Yeah.
A
Because
good-willed
I'm being
conversation.
patient.
Why,
Like,
as you are a pretender clown fraud, have a conversation with somebody who's going to rub your nose in that heliocentric ball-tard turd? Yeah. Yep. That's what everyone already knows it. I mean, you're pretending like we don't know it, but we know what you are. And I'm going to rub your nose in it. Right now, what is an elevation angle? I mean, to use a sextant is used to acquire elevation angles. Yes? You betcha.
Yeah. Damn right, bro.
You betcha. So at 27 minutes after the hour, I'll go ahead and post the citations in support of what a elevation angle is and how they're used. So from radar
Appreciate it.
tutorial, I don't need any help from you. Just go on mute. Thank you. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. That's interesting. From GCSE 2021 edition, angles of elevation. And an angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object. My next question, and only question, can you please show how you can have a horizontal plane on a sphere tard?
So, let's say you have a ball, right?
Mhm.
And just follow me. Let's say you have a football, whatever, like a soccer ball, sorry. That's
for
right.
fuck's sake.
You zoom in, right? Let's say that soccer ball is the same size as the predicted Earth, if it was to be round.
Predicted Earth. I
You
don't
zoom
think
in.
so.
Okay, well, let's just take the prediction anyway.
What prediction?
Because it's the predicted diameter of the Earth. Let's
And
say
what's
we
that?
match the scales. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is,
Yeah,
the
it doesn't matter
football
to
is a
scale.
one-on-one.
It doesn't matter to scale. You will never find
No,
a
the
horizontal
scale does
plane. You will
matter.
never find a horizontal plane
Quantum.
on any
No,
scale of a sphere tard. No, not
Quantum.
one.
I'm literally begging
Don't
you.
say my name, bitch.
Eraser.
Ed.
What I was?
Ed.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm begging you not to do this, mate, because I'm just going to remind you that the GP of the star can be in the distance of 4,000 miles. Your scale's not going to work here, mate.
Yeah, it goes under the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, it doesn't.
Delusional. You're
It
delusional.
goes under the curvature of the Earth.
You're actually delusional.
Yeah,
Hey,
scale
listen,
is
buddy.
important. How do you
Hey,
feel
listen,
about
buddy.
scale maps?
Go take a string line, right? Like a 1,000-mile
me.
long string line.
No, excuse
and
me.
wrap it
Do
around
I-
the Earth
do I
and
insult
follow
any
the
of you?
line. It's curved, genius.
Do I insult any of
The
you
Earth
for describing your
is
beliefs? No, I do not. So please,
You ever drove
have some
a ship
decorum
before?
Hey,
and
somebody
don't
put
do it.
tracks.
Hey, mute yourself,
somebody
faggot.
put track
Shut
shoot
up.
Timmy on a
Mute
fucking
yourself, faggot.
Track
Shut
shoot
up.
fucking retard. Track shoot Timmy.
Shut up. You
Yo.
old
Track
bastard.
shoot Timmy.
Hey,
That homeboy's
Quantum,
getting
shut up,
banned.
Somebody
faggot.
put
You're
this
old.
fucking idiot
You're
on
old as
mute.
fuck. Go sell your
Nah,
Nissan
Hey,
car,
Daddy,
bitch.
put this fucking
Go
idiot
sell your
on mute.
cars, faggot. Be quiet.
Faggot, your sister's a faggot. Hey,
Your
Jetty.
mom's a faggot.
Track
Hold
shoot Timmy.
on. Listen, you
Hey,
both get
AI,
muted for 40
put that
minutes now.
fucking guy on mute.
I can't. But listen, you both crossed the line. Okay, you're not allowed to say the F word.
What?
So, yeah, that's the way it is.
Well,
We're
you
not-
can say it. It's just the repercussions. Like it's.
Oh yeah,
still,
yeah, exactly.
We're
Well,
we're not allowed to say the F word anymore, AI.
fuck you. I
Correct.
can say fuck whenever I want to fucking say fuck.
Not that
Well,
word.
that's-
Oh,
that's
what F word are we talking about? I thought we were talking about fuck.
The word that
Sorry.
rhymes with a bundle of sticks.
Sticks.
Yeah,
That's-
sticks.
The F word is also what a bundle of sticks is called, or a cigarette in the UK.
We also have meatballs called them as well.
Oh, you're right.
All right, so homeboy one obviously did it egregiously, so he's getting a 2-day ban. The other homeboy is getting muted for 4 minutes.
Oh no.
Now, technically, you're supposed to be getting muted for 40 minutes. However, you weren't aware, so this is your one mulligan.
Oh, I'm not aware of the rules. Sorry.
Awesome. Welcome to 24/7. What's a fucking triangle?
So, anyways, where were we? Under a curvature. That's where we were.
Yeah, true. Also, I just want to point out, I don't care what you guys think, like, and I'm not going to judge you for thinking differently. That's fine. We will disagree. I don't think there's a way I can show you my side with you changing your mind. And there's no way you can do it to me. So, why don't we just have like a more fun, lighthearted discussion about?
Well, you brought up scale before, right? Like,
Well,
you said scale is important.
I did bring up scale, yeah. I did bring up scale.
Right. So,
but what I was trying
what
to
are your
convey.
thoughts?
So
I wanted to know what your thoughts are on scale maps.
Scaled maps. Well, maps tend to be a two-dimensional plane along the axes of X and Y, right?
That's because that's how
Now-
distances are measured, right?
Not always. Depends on how many distances you're measuring.
Oh, okay, when does the scale on a map not apply? Can you tell me that?
Well, the scale of a map will always apply when it's mapping a two-dimensional flat surface. However,
No matter how big it is, right?
no matter how big, like let's say the GTA 5 map, right? That's just an image. It's just a PNG, right? Which is a flat two-dimensional image. You can
Is that
zoom
a
in
scale
and
map
out.
of-
You can scale it, like as long as you've got a good map engine where you create maps for video games or like even a
Okay,
map
now
program.
how about a scale map of the entire United States, or say Europe, or India, or even Africa?
I mean, you can go on like applications on the internet such as Google Earth to get that sort of effect. However, Google
I just want to
Earth
know
limits
if you
your
think
zoom
that
in and out.
I just want to know if you think that they're correct.
Oh, I mean, well, they're correct to some degree, but it's like, have you ever heard of the problem of measuring a coastline of a country? Right, you can't technically do
I'm
it.
just asking about the scale.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, the scale
That's it.
is accurate within a certain degree that you want to measure. So, let's say, realistically, the way GPS has evolved, where that sort of planning of a 3D object onto a 2D map, right? Where that's an instance that we use every day, we can only zoom in so far, but it's far enough because we need it for
I don't know what you're
street
talking about.
working. Okay, so I'm
You're
talking
going off
about
on other
scaling.
stuff.
So
Yeah.
as you zoom in, right?
Like, okay, hold on. If I measure a mile straight line horizontal,
Yes.
that's a straight line, isn't it? It's not a mile and then some.
If you're measuring
Right.
it on a piece of paper
Yeah.
and you draw it straight and narrow, then yes, it will be a straight line.
Good. So then I could transpose that to a piece of paper or something, and I could represent that area one, like let's say like 50 to 1.
Area.
Yeah. Yeah. If I measure an entire area.
So there's 4 distances or one consecutive round distance, like a.
Yeah. I just want to know if
So
you think
you
that
take
scale
you draw a
maps are.
circle on.
I just want to know if you think that scale maps are accurate.
Well, I've given you your answer, like.
Yeah, but it was kind of namby-pamby.
But
Either yes or no.
That's because of no.
Okay.
How it works.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So when
I
does
can't
the
give you an answer for
scale?
that.
So when does the scale on a map not apply?
I don't know. Like, I guess depends on how detailed the map is. I mean, you
It's
could
got
have an
everything.
infinitely.
What are you talking about?
So, let's say you have a map of your town, right? You could zoom in as far as down to the centimeter, but anything smaller than the distance of a centimeter, right, isn't going to be accurately measured at a distance.
This is going off the rails.
What?
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Just not answering the question, dude.
Okay, right. Jedi, how about you answer his question so I can see how you would want me to?
Well, when is scale not important? It's always
Yeah.
important.
Well, when does it not apply? Like, if I have a scale map of the entire continent of Africa, and it's 1 to 9 million scale, so 1 inch represents 9 million real inches on Earth in a straight line distance. Okay, so when does that not apply? It applies to the entire area of the map, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So you wanted me to
go.
agree with you?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a kind of a formulated question that should made you think, and it's obvious the answer.
No, I don't know about that one.
And the only reason I asked is because you brought up scale.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
where I was
yeah.
going with scale was basically it didn't matter what the actual scale of the ball is, it's just that it's on a 1-to-1 with the Earth. So then you could zoom in on the ball because we know the ball has a curve, right? We know it's round. So when you zoom in, you take the equivalent of whatever a mile would be when the ball is the scale to the Earth, and it would be a straight line.
Awesome. This is why I brought up the distance of 4,000 miles with regards to the sextant position and the ground position of Polaris. 4,000 miles. This is why I begged you not to do it.
So 4,000 miles in any direction, right?
Yeah. is how
Is there
far
an
a G-
image of something 4,000 miles away?
Well, so this is how latitude lines were created, specifically declination angles of Polaris. Move further south away from Polaris, 90 degrees underneath, move further and further and further away. What's the distance from the North Pole to the equator?
Oh, I wouldn't know it off the top of my head.
Yeah. So we have to understand that this is how latitude lines were created in the first instance.
The distance
So
between the... Okay,
GP of Polaris, and then keep going south until you reach the equator. Then you've basically got 0 degrees. Now you've got a straight line. You ain't got a triangle anymore.
You got a straight line, what, from that point to... okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, Polaris is
So if you were to look at it as a two-dimensional plane, right, you go from point X, which is the North Pole, all the way down to point Y, and there's no curvature at all, it's just a straight drawn line.
Yeah. That's how we get latitude lines, because we use the sextant to do that. It's elevation, well, in this case, declination.
What is it that defines the equator then?
That would be 0 degrees from Polaris.
Well, 0 degrees, right, but I don't get how we can loop back on ourselves if we were to go from the North Pole down to the equator, because we'd be able to measure that we did that. But then we'd also be able to measure going from the equator down to the South Pole, and then keep going in the same direction in reverse order, and we'll get back to the North Pole. How does that work if we're on a 2D plane?
Well, we're not talking about a ball here, mate. We're just talking about the distance.
No, but I'm talking. Okay, talk about the distance.
You brought up scale. So what? Half the distance from the North Pole geographical point of Polaris to the equator.
Ignore that I said anything about an Earth, like a ball, right? There's no ball.
Yeah, but that's your measurement. This is why I begged you not to bring up scale.
Okay, well, let's ignore scale and let's talk about the fact that we end up in the same place as we were if we keep walking in one direction.
Okay, so which direction are we going?
You can go any direction you like.
Okay, in reference to what?
Okay, so say we're at the equator and we head easterly.
Awesome stuff. So what, we've got a central point and we're just going around a circle of a central point. Just a circle.
So we can use the sextant to see what angle we're facing on the plane of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So if we constantly follow that angle, we know we aren't turning. Because to turn, the heading of the angle has to change.
My goodness me, you do understand this is the same idea on a ball. What you're talking about specifically the equator. Because it's the same idea. It's the same idea on a ball as it is the flat Earth, mate. You're just going around a central point. Now, if you want to be talking about the equator,
so is the central point the North Pole?
Well, if we're going to be using cardinal directions, northeast, southwest, yeah. If we're going to be using the reference point of the ground position of Polaris, yeah, because you're just going around in a circle. Same on the ball, same in this idea of a flat Earth.
Right, but if you go round a circle, right, you're walking physically, like, as you do, your face moves in the same direction as you put your feet down. Right, so that's your perspective.
What are you talking about?
As you walk around a circle...
This is remedial dumb shit.
Okay.
What happened to your elevation angle? What happened to that? And the triangle, what happened to that? Why was he allowed to go past that?
Well, I talked about the triangle.
Thanks for releasing me for the arbitrary language. I appreciate that. The triangle, yeah.
Good night, fellas.
Yeah, you better boot scoot, because it's your ass. Clown.
You call everyone a clown.
Yeah, you are a clown. What if we go east? What can the sextant? You don't know what a fucking sextant is.
You sail around the world, bro.
It's not. You sailed around. I know what a fucking. I'm the only one in this room that
I
is
just said you
certifiable.
sail
And
around
that,
the
shut the
world.
fuck up.
Yeah, you
I'm
clearly have
the only
autism.
one in this room that's
Clearly have
certifiable
autism.
in navigation. No doubt about that. No fucking doubt. So just shut the.
Okay.
Just leave.
I've resisted not being rude to you,
dumb
pal.
fuck. Fucking shut up.
You
Fucking
scared him
clown.
off. He
Well, if
left.
I turn my face to the east and I start walking, what do you mean to the east? You mean 90 degrees or east? Dead reckoning. You dumb fuck. You don't know any. It's fucking pedestrian. Effie Jedi. Why the fuck did you let him do that?
Do you know what? I got bored. I'll be honest with you. we got down to his scaling. We got down to the measurement using Polaris ground position and how we got fucking latitude lines and 4,000 miles thereabouts, whatever. But then he decided to keep going and wanted to circumnavigate the Earth north to south, and then he wanted to go east. That's where he ended up, mate.
Yeah. Well, the most you can even using their bullshit. It's 4,830 miles.
So it's like 40. Wow.
4,830. That's with a 20-degree elevation angle.
Wow. Okay. Fair play.
So just FYI, 48. So nearly 5,000 miles.
Thank you. Wow. See, I was always like safe balling at 3,000 to 4,000 miles, but fuck it, I'll use 5,000 miles next time.
There you go.
5,000 mile straight horizontal baseline between the ground position of the star and you if you're fucking sextant. Awesome. So scaling hasn't got anything to do with it, and that's a measurement of the Earth.
And you don't navigate using the sextant. It's a form of resection. Only one. Oh, listen, I have to take that back. Unless he has an expert infantryman's badge, AI overlord, then I am the only one certifiable in navigation. So, AI overlord 2.0, do you have an expert infantryman's badge?
We don't have that. It's a different name.
Yeah, it's a
But
pug
it's
badge.
land
So
nav.
it's a pug badge, so no, you don't. So I am the only one.
Oh, you're saying you have a Pogue badge?
No, I'm saying you have a pug badge. I have an
See?
EIB. Yeah.
See, no respect around here.
You keep on mooting me, you're gonna get fucking no respect. You're mooting retroactively.
Look, just because you live in a universe at 30 frames per second, and I live at a universe at 15 frames per second, okay?
Yeah. Well, what's good for me isn't necessarily good for the feeble-minded.
All right, I haven't done this for a while. I don't
And
even know.
I wasn't done yet, Jetty.
For fuck's sake, sorry, boss.
All right. Now, don't get into it. When they say tangent, ask them where the tangent mirror on the sextant is, because they're just pulling shit out their ass. The tangent isn't used for any type of dip angle correction. The dip angle, it's not even dip angle, it's dip correction. The dip correction is based on the height of the observer above the deck.
Altitude correction.
It's the height. Now, don't say altitude. You'll confuse everyone. Just say height. It's a height of eye correction. And you know when they make that? By the way, let's take a look. So I want to direct everyone's attention because this is the rubber ducky life preserver argument. So at 48 minutes after the hour from Celestial Navigation, the Mariner's Handbook. So since the value of dip, got it, depends on the height of eye. That's why they call it height of eye correction. above the surface of the sea. It is advisable always to ascertain beforehand, like at dock, the exact vertical distance from the water line to the fucking bridge or other place. Wait till you hear the rest of this. Or the other place occupied by the observer when measuring altitudes. Listen to this. Due allowance should be made for any reduction or increase in the vertical distance when the ship is loaded or light, or when it is considerable list to either side. Yeah, that'll put hair on your chest.
It actually has. Thanks, boss.
I figured it would. That's why I posted it.
And
Sorry for the public correction, but I don't have the time nor the inclination to friggin' wait.
I'd say this is the honesty within me. I like the correction. I appreciate the correction. I
Yes,
understand
don't put up with their fairy tale fuckwit tangents. There is no tangent mirror on a sextant. There are no tangents in celestial navigation. Challenge them. Try when they say tangent, go with the tangent and tangent mirror on the sextant. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. But challenge them in any celestial navigation literature to come up with the fucking word tangent. You won't find it.
They got no tangent anyway because they don't have a physical curve to go to.
Exactly. It's begging the question. Thank you very much. It's also begging the question because they're assuming the sphere in the first instance with a tangent. Because what's a tangent?
A line that intersects a circle at one point.
Yeah. Or a sphere tard. Carry on.
No, brilliant. I learned something. Thank you, boss.
And the horizon moves in and out. So where's the tangent to if there's no curve? And we have a horizon that's optical. They lose their tangent there as well.
There's a bunch of them that are like that. For example, claiming that something's precession, right? Well, but you go to the definition of precession, it's begging the question if you haven't validated the other axis. In the first instance, you're just poofing an axis out of thin air by claiming what you're witnessing is precession.
Yeah, and this optical stuff, I just like to bring this up. There's a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers claiming that shit is optical. That not only is fucking irrelevant to the point at hand, unless they're going to get into a deep fucking dive into optical, the difference between optical and something physical. So I would be very careful saying, well, it's optical. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, of course, we're seeing it. Yeah, it's optical. What difference does that make? And then you're going to argue for 25 minutes over nonsensical bullshittery, right? So get out of the flatsoid game here. Oh, it's only optical.
So I was going to say apparent is what I was meant to say, but I was going to say that they lose that ability to have a tangent to an apparent horizon, not a physical horizon.
Yeah,
wait, so it's not optical?
If I'm wrong.
That's a little dicey. That's a little dicey too. What does apparent mean in this context?
Well, I suppose it would be the apparent location where the sky meets the ground, yeah?
No, I'm just saying, what does apparent mean?
Yeah.
No.
Go on.
It means not actual.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, of course.
In this
Seemingly
context.
real or true.
Yeah. Yeah. In this context, that's what it means. So be real careful.
Yeah, sweet.
I'm not saying that just you, Timbo. I'm saying that to everyone.
No, that's AJ.
I'm sorry, AJ. I'm not saying it to you. I'm saying it to everyone. Be real careful with that fucking term.
John, can I ask you?
It's context dependent.
So you're saying that it was beaten into me that the horizon is optical and now it's not?
It is optical. So a lot of other things are optical too. So
it is optical, or is it not?
Well, fuck yeah, we fucking see it.
Okay.
John, can I ask you a question about horizon?
Oh,
is it
Wait. Is it that place what we call horizon? Okay, it's apparent. But is it made by optical illusion and the sky, or the physical water and the sky?
It's perspective. So when they say that it's the apparent junction between the earth and sky, that means it's the not actual junction between the earth and sky, because the earth and sky don't fucking meet.
Yeah, of course. But that line is made because of that air and that apparent place. But that water is not, how to say, it's not optical. It's there. It's real.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah. Well,
No.
it's neither one nor
Sometimes.
hold on, Alishness. You'll have plenty of time. Just be careful. All I'm saying is be careful with the, well, it's just optical. That is not a fucking argument.
No,
It's
I'm not
just
saying that.
not to you. It's a target
Oh,
on
okay.
your back, and you're going to get compromised
Okay.
by anyone that has any salt.
Yeah,
Follow?
I that's exact, because I literally looked up the definition of horizon and said it's the apparent place where the sky meets the earth.
Right. So that means the not actual part.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
Because the sky doesn't meet the earth ever.
Yeah, because it was the gotcha where it was like, oh well, it's a physical. It's physically. I'm telling you.
I've got the more advanced definition.
Go ahead, AI. Maybe it's this
It's
is
the
your area.
apparent position in your field of view where the color field of the ground meets the color field of the sky.
Pretty darn
What
good.
about on the ocean?
Same thing.
They're
Ground,
both
you can
blue.
use ocean.
The ground the ocean reflects the sky.
Right, but here's the problem. Here's the problem when you're out in the ocean, see, because the hues are so similar, it's hard to tell sometimes exactly where it is. And then you've got the problem with tonal and internal reflection and other problems, which make it look even closer than it normally would. But still, when you look out, that's all you can determine. You could just see a line between a distinct color field, and then maybe a blur some days, maybe not. And then there's another color field, and that's all you can determine, because that's the only way you can tell the difference. Because if it's all the same color, you wouldn't notice any difference.
Well, if the horizon is apparent, then imagine the radius.
We can get into that, but Adam Price made a good point. The globe model that doesn't exist claim that the horizon is geometric.
Yeah.
So you can't get out of that as a globetard. See, all your explanations are already given to you. They can't change unless you make shit up. That's part of the left-wing fuckwit faction of anti-flat earthers I always speak of. But remember, the globe model that doesn't exist claimed that there is a geometric horizon. Now, the horizon can be closer than that due to many conditions, right? But it can't be further than the geometric constraints. Never. Follow? Everyone got that?
Yep.
There you go.
That I'm saying, John, when I want to explain people Black Swan, that if they see some observation on a 4 or 6 miles day before, and then they get other results on 10 miles, that means I throw away that 4 or 6, but something is happening. I don't care anymore because I'm pointing out now what I can see on 10 miles. I don't care these days what I can see on 4 and 6 miles.
Correct. The rate limiting step is the extreme. Yes. Makes sense?
So then am I wrong in saying that apparent therefore can't be physical?
No. Still physical. The water's still physical, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't say that. I don't know where they got that from. I've been wanting to talk about that for a while, but since it's been brought up now. Yeah, it drives me crazy.
Yeah, I think because their claim is that what we're seeing is a horizon refracted back.
You can't do that. Yeah. Number one,
Correct.
refraction, they don't know what refraction is. Number two, even in their own paradigm of refraction, it never affects the horizon. It only affects objects relative to the horizon. So this is all. My next ball busters after we dealt a death blow to Hanoi Geraint again today, the next one's going to be refraction because it's about that time. I've already got, I think, 3 of them that I've done, but it's time again.
So there's this common thing where they think the horizon is always below eye level, right? Which is practically true. However, in their view of refraction, the horizon should, at various times, be well above the midline of your vision. And you notice how they always do that to debunk supposed flat Earth observations by saying, "Oh, these mountains in the distance don't seem to have the same scale compared to the midline of your vision." But they're telling you that the angles from the horizon are going to come up over itself and then down into your eye, right? That would create a steeper angle. That would render the image above the midline of your vision. Follow that?
No.
All right. So in other words, when you take your head and you look down, like right now, I'm standing on a cement, right? I'm standing on a cement parking lot, pavement. When I look down, straight towards the bottom there, the majority of my vision's field of view is taken up by the cement. If I look straight ahead, only the bottom portion has the vision in it. So if their version of refraction was true, different days with different refraction, you should see the horizon look as if you're looking down. But that just doesn't happen.
If I close my eyes, I can't see anything.
Right. Therefore, your face is a globe.
If you close your eyes, you can see the sphere.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the best way to prove the sphere. Close your eyes.
I win.
Well, that's actually how a lot of the things start, don't they? Close your eyes. Now imagine you're an ant on a beach ball.
There it is.
Let me ask you a question anyway. Since the Globetard says that every point along a tangent from your feet drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared, then how the hell is any distant horizon coming even close to your eye level?
It's dead. See, I've always thought this back in 2015. This was one of the first things that I thought about. If that surface is curving down and away from you, then it shouldn't ever come up to your eye line.
Or even close to it.
Yeah.
It's a good question, isn't it?
It's one of the first things I thought about.
You're not
Well,
tall
you're a
enough to
wise
see
man.
that far.
Say again?
You're not tall enough to see that far.
To see what? That's not a rebuttal to what I just said.
It is.
No, it's not. How is that a fucking rebuttal to what I just said?
Because you don't have.
What?
Pizza.
Listen to this. I'm going to do it slowly. If the sphere tard is allegedly a globe, then it follows that 8 inches per mile squared drop, according to Pythagorean formula. So you could do it by trig, but I just go with Pythagorean. It's easier. 8 inches per mile squared drop from a tangent in every direction from your feet. So if it doesn't matter how far. Let's say I'm looking at, 3 or 4 miles. It shouldn't come up close to my eye level at any time.
We've all stood on hills, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would how you would calculate that. I mean, I would assume it would be because you can't really see that with your own eyes.
How you would calculate
You're
what?
right. You're right. No, forget about the Globers' understanding because they never understood what you would expect to see on a globe. Right. Like, I
But
mean,
I
it's
mean,
simple. If you're standing on a hill, like,
yeah.
obviously, you're not going to be able to. So it's like, well, actually, your baby ball globe that's only 3,959 miles in circumference, like, at that 3 mile mark for a 6 foot observer, why the fuck would I be able to zoom in to an area where the from that frame of reference the fucking horizon should not even be in my field of view if I'm zooming in?
So I should just see sky then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No, that's not what he's saying. For goodness sakes.
Well, kind of,
No,
sort of. If
no,
you think
no.
about, if you think about, like, when you're zooming in, then you're kind of removing all of the other out, like all of the other area. When you're zooming in, you can't see all of the picture that you would have seen if you didn't zoom in.
So there's
Just like I
So
could have the ground in the sky in my foreground and then zoom in at a slightly elevated angle and then just have sky.
Why are you trying to adulterate my argument?
so if I only have a certain field of view, like my eyes can only
That's not an
see.
answer to my question. Why are they trying to adulterate my argument here?
I don't know what adulterate means.
You don't.
No.
Thou shalt not commit adulteration. Duh.
Well, it's simple enough. Yeah, the horizon should never even be anywhere near eye level.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
So then you have to ask the question, Elijah, why does the horizon, since the ground is below you, right? Why should it ever be approaching your eye level at all?
Yes. Correct.
because you don't have a 360-degree view at
Oh,
all
any
times.
horizon, whether it's a flat plane, whatever.
You should, because you would see more ground. So, like, if you look and you're seeing the ground below the ground, you would see more ground, right?
Why is the horizon rising up to my eye level when it should be dropping, woman?
Because you're seeing the ground below the horizon.
I'm
You're seeing
seeing ground below the horizon? Really?
Yeah.
Do I have X-ray vision?
You must.
You might.
What do you think? I'm Superman? I know you do. Let's keep your personal opinions out of this. That really doesn't make any damn sense.
Are you claiming we see the ground under the ground?
Yeah. Well, no. Yes.
Well, no. Yes. And planes have angular velocity.
Yes.
Anyway, Alishness, the correct answer that I was trying to bait Elijah into saying is perspective. The only reason anything comes up to the midline of your vision that is actually altitudinally or height below you is because of the law of perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And that all has to do with propagation angles to your reception angles, right? So the angles of light coming in are rendered at different points in your field of view, right?
I'd be careful of that, by the way. The law of
Just saying.
perspective. This is another education point. Be careful of that law of perspective, because you're not going to be able to post that shit.
You're seeing
If
light
somebody-
hitting what now?
If somebody challenges you to post the law of perspective and define it, I challenge you right now to do it.
It's an art term.
I don't give a shit what it's actually a phrase, law of perspective. Can somebody post the law of perspective? I'm not singling you out, AI. This is another pet peeve of mine. Law of perspective. Somebody post that some bitch in the chat. I want to see it.
So all images obtained through an optical means will suffer as they recede away from the optic in distance from an angular decrease of the propagation to the reception that will cause the final rendered image to be at an angle inverse to the, oh my goodness, what's it called? The plane, the focal plane or lens. Such angle decreases as the distance to the object increases. There you go.
No, I want the law of perspective specifically. Alishness to an
I
observer.
just made
The
it
law.
up.
Post it.
And you can attribute it to me.
Post it.
What?
I just made
what
it
am I
up.
posting?
Oh, you said you just made it up. Gotcha.
Yeah, that was good.
This is not a definition of the law of perspective.
Hold on. It's not?
No, that's something the law of perspective apparently causes.
Oh, this is the wait, flatearth.ws. I didn't look at that. Wait, what am I looking at? The rules of perspective? The 7 laws of perspective?
Yeah, there's 3 rules and 7 laws.
I guess
it's not
so.
one. It's not just one.
Yeah, that has all to do with drawing and painting.
There is a mathematical, I wouldn't say it's a law necessarily, but there is some formula. Like if an object increases like twice the distance, it quarters the angle or halves the angle or something like that.
Well, that's the inverse square law. I don't want that. I don't want the law of perspective.
I'm not sure how to search for this in a.
You type law of perspective and like
I did. That's what I got was to an observer.
Even that,
the law.
yeah.
Yeah, that is.
That's my point.
Oh, okay. So your point is you can't find it.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that perspective doesn't exist. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is be careful with that phrase, law of perspective. That's all I'm saying.
Who made it up? Who says that?
Pretender clown flat earthers probably at the beginning and no one back or fact checked them.
No, well, see, the thing is that the term perspective that's applied in all of these things, where they draw these lines and they say this should be here and that should be there. That's all from linear perspective, which is all done in the arts.
Right.
People were trying to make. So check it out. You got a 3-dimensional world, right? And the methodologies we have to recreate imagery from a 3-dimensional world are 2-dimensional. And so there's compounding axes. So the y-axis and the z-axis, which is the height and depth information, are compounded. They're also compounded on the x-axis as well. But it's more pronounced in average life. Like we really see it in the vertical perspective the most.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that's how we live. Like we live in a world that's very vertical. Like we're on the ground and the sky is above us really high. But, like when we go out, we see all these things, and these artists at the time noticed that, and they started implying these quote-unquote laws of how to essentially mimic the 3-dimensional world on a 2-dimensional surface so that when you look at it, it informs you based on those ways you interact with the real world to look at this thing as if it has depth, as if it has this same character that the real world has. And there are, like Crit said, a few principles and then some things that are called laws when it all applies to this. The basic concept, though, is that as things get further away, they appear smaller in your field of view, and they appear to go towards the center of your field of view, just as we all experience throughout our lives, because all of us have an angular field of view. In fact, an optic with a non-angular field of view would actually be quite stupid, because you wouldn't be able to have a small optical aperture and get much vision, right? So we see in a wide angle. If we saw in the same size as our aperture, which is about 2 centimeters, what could we really see? Barely anything. We'd have to scan our eyes around like a million times a second to be able to get any information about the outside world. It'd be quite a joke. So the further something is away from you on the same plane, so it hasn't changed in altitude, it hasn't changed left or right, Okay, if it's already towards the center of your vision, it's going to appear to generally stay there. If it's to the left or above or down, it's going to appear to move in what's going to appear to you in a linear fashion towards the center of your vision, from the left to the right, from the right to the left, from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top. And it's going to aggregate around the center. And that's because as you get out there and you trace the angles, the triangles, you notice that the angle gets more acute towards the optic, right? Which means that that inverse angle, that after it passes the focal plane, is going to be smaller on the final sensor. And so the sensor's ability to resolve information from that object is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's basically being cast on fewer and fewer sensor packets known as pixels. So a single sensor pack, right, can only detect one color value, right? So we all know that. That's why we keep getting bigger and better iPhones or whatever the heck, more megapixels, more resolution. But that's the sensor end. The camera itself has an optical end, which is the amount of information it can do optically, and then the sensor can only deal with the amount of information that came through the aperture. Otherwise, it interferes with itself or blends in on itself. So, for example, you have a red thing over there and a white thing over there. The closer they get together, angle-wise, the more they're going to be rendered on the same sensor, which is basically going to make that sensor see it as pink rather than red and white, and so on and so forth. Now, none of these globe ideas or these globe calculators take any of this into account whatsoever. It's all based in orthographic ideal geometry, as if everything is straight rays, straight lines, and you have almost an infinite field of view. So yes, if you map these angles out, right, you'll find that the human eye is 0.02 degrees. What's that?
I think you said the N word.
It was just a slur.
He just wanted to say, ban me, please, for some reason. Dear Mom, I didn't get the job. I stayed up late playing video games. I wasn't able to iron my clothes. I barely made it to the interview on time. When I got there, I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. I couldn't answer any of the questions, and the guy decided not to hire me. I'm so sorry, Mother. But in other news, I did say a racial slur on a Discord the other day.
Nigger.
I hope you're proud of me. Your mother's so proud, bro. All right, who was that so I could ban him?
I missed it both times. I have to go back to the live stream and listen.
All right, look me up.
Alicious knows, but she's holding it back. Come on, Alicious, tell him.
I know what.
She knows why the horizon rises towards eye level. I caught myself there. I almost said to eye level, but the correct term is towards eye level. Yeah, so lo and behold, if you have a flat plane that you're standing on and you chart out the angles of propagations from your vantage point, if you're about 6 feet tall, you end up with an intersection point to the horizon on your feet at approximately 3.5 miles. Interestingly enough, that's about where they say the horizon is on the globe model for a man that's 6 feet tall, or a person that's 6 feet tall. Now, that being said, since this is the critical angle where you can no longer resolve any information, if the angles of propagation and angles of reception are below that, there's no resolvable information. So anything consumed in that angle would begin to become unresolvable. And since the closest the angle is to that line, which would most probably be on that line, which is level to your feet, which is considered the ground or the water surface, then an object, as it approaches that, the bottom of the object would enter that critical angle first, and therefore, of a necessity, the bottom of the object would become unresolved before the top of the object, meaning that necessarily, according to the way optics works, something will and must disappear from the bottom first as it approaches that angle, as it goes away from you.
That's where the conundrum starts for ball believers. Is it a drop or is it a hump?
Well, we had a good friend back in the day. He's still around. His name was Issa. He went by another moniker, like Flat Earth Lawyer or something like that.
The holding
And he had
court.
he had a very wise words, which is this. He said, if you Globers just never said that the only way things can disappear from the bottom up is because of obstruction, then you might have won the argument. But it's too easy to disprove. People could just go out and see all day long that they can see things beyond the limits that you claimed, but also short-range observations that things can disappear from the bottom without any physical obstruction being necessary. And that's one of the experiential linchpins of the globe model that's used as what is it called? Propaganda for their religious paradigm. You know, it's like our God is the true God because things disappear from the bottom up, and the only way things can disappear from the bottom up is because our God is the true God. The problem is you go out and you see it happen elsewhere, and then you know their God is not the true God.
Sorry, I like kind of like blacked out during that. What's happening?
Well, we just want to know if it's a hump or a drop that obstructs boats bottom up.
Water Hills.
Water
Hills. Water Hills all day long.
Yes, Water Hills. I will never put down Water Hills. It'll always be that.
So water doesn't flow in your universe.
See, that's a problem. See, that's a problem, lady, is that the thing is that let's say, for instance, that the Earth is a globe, and that, yes, if there was an apex arc hump in between point A and point B, that would preclude the bottom of something. However, that doesn't negate the fact that the bottoms of things should also be disappearing for other reasons. And so you'd actually have a compounding effect.
Well, it can't hump.
That's the thing is, you see,
it's supposed to drop from your position.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that it can't hump. It's supposed to drop from your position. That's the
yes, but
conundrum there.
it's not described as that. It's described as the distance between point A and point B, between you and the object, is a chord line, which is a line that passes through a circle of 2 points. And so between you and it is that chord line. The midline of the chord line has a 90-degree angle to the apex of the arc. That's known as the sagittah. And that's from where all this geometry comes. And then you have an intersecting point of your field of view. So while, yes, it is below you in an altitude sense, from your point of view, it is essentially a hump in between point A and point B.
Well, that can't happen if you're looking out horizontally, because the horizontal would be tangent.
What about the hump? Not only between A and B. What about B and C, C and D, E and F? What do we live on? Mogul Earth?
Yeah, lumpy Earth. Hey, that's what was that guy? Not Jesse Kozlowski, the other guy. Who's that other guy?
Drain the main vein surveyor?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, but there's a different guy. His name's like Justin or something. Dang it.
It's literally what the oblate spheroid
Jesse.
is.
You talk
Jesse, Jesse Gordon, yeah.
Jesse Gordon, yeah.
Yeah, he came in with some data for us to scrutinize, and he basically, this is what he said. He said, my data shows as the boat goes out, it raises in elevation and then lowers in elevation.
Wow.
I was like, dude, what do you live on, bumpy Earth?
Yeah, I mean, that's the known model.
Model.
Holy
What
crap,
model?
dude!
Yeah.
Definitely a model. Absolutely.
Let's see. Can you post that in 24? Can you post that in text chat? I want to see the model for the first time in 8 years.
Okay. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, while you're looking up that, let's all not gloss over that. She just agreed with Bumpy Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I don't think you realize what just happened.
Well, yeah, we did. She just agreed yesterday that planes have angular velocity, so that doesn't surprise me.
Oh yeah, no, I know you recognize it. I'm just saying she doesn't recognize it. Oh my god! All right, so
Well, wait.
Alishness.
Yep.
I don't want to distract you from looking that up because this is way too complicated.
I'm like trying to find the picture that I commonly see associated with Earth.
Picture.
Yeah, well, it's like a model. It's not actually like.
Pictures. No, a model is a model. A picture is a picture. They're two different words.
Yeah. Oh, okay, here it is. I found it.
They're not synonymous either. I didn't ask you for a picture.
You didn't ask me for a picture. Well, this isn't a picture. Lucky for you. It's your lucky day.
Oh, is it a diagram?
It's this. I don't know what you call this. Here you go.
A cartoon? That looks like a testicle.
I mean, I'm sorry about that.
Dude, what the heck is that abomination?
What the hell is this? What the?
I told you, it's lumpy Earth.
My goodness, lady.
This is a cartoon.
Yeah.
That's all you got?
Yeah, on hand. Yeah. That's all I got.
How do you
right
measure
now.
elevation changes on that thing?
Hold on a second. Is this an actual model? Is this a scientific model?
I think so because you
Really?
have. I think. Hold on. Let me read it.
Well, look, if this is your Earth, you need to call NASA's
Yes.
shop.
That's copyrighted, by the way. You need to call NASA and have them redact over 50 years of actual photos of the Earth because none of them look like that.
I'll let them know. I'll let them
Okay.
know that they need to re-photograph and they need to add in the divot on the side.
This is clearly a heat map. And if you don't know what a heat map is, it has nothing to do with heat. It's just representing data in heat. Which, when they refer to heat,
no, it's not. It's not.
Colors.
It's not.
This isn't the gravitational distribution.
Yes, it is gravitational. Yeah, now you got it.
Yeah, but that's a heat map.
Gravity has heat?
No. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so what a heat map is it's just representing the variability of the data in colors, and the color heat is the heat.
The gravity is the heat.
No, the color.
The color. Oh, brother.
So the cooler color is the less intensity of the variable, and the hotter color is the more intensity of the variable.
The variable of gravity that doesn't exist.
Or whatever you want. It could be the variable of how many kids skip school.
No, it's gravity. I've seen this about 10,000 times back in 2016.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just telling her that it's a heat map.
Okay, so is it a scientific model? That was the question that was on the board. You said you think so, but you have to look it up.
Yeah, it's like a. Sorry,
Yeah.
I started looking up the gravitational, where gravity was more constant. It was more yeah, don't listen to me.
We hardly do.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Right, so what does the blue portion represent, Alishness?
I lost it because I started looking at gravity at the poles versus the equator.
So we're off a scientific model AI. You cock blocking me again.
I want to. We're gonna ask her what experiment or
What
whatever.
experiment? What experiment? What?
Well, we have to get to is it a scientific model or no?
No, I don't think it is. Honestly,
Okay.
I don't think it is.
Do you know what a scientific model is so you can roll it out?
I don't know how to define a scientific model to.
It's a good thing I do. 29 minutes after the hour. From Indiana State chemistry department. The important point that Becker introduced. I'm sorry, 29 minutes after the hour. The important point that Becker introduced is that the explanation of a natural phenomena, i.e., model or theory, they equate models and theories together, but I digress, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, that's not what you did, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. End of citation. So, can you that heat map by experiment?
Can you a heat map by no, because you can't do an experiment with gravity, right?
Can't do experiments on shapes or on pictures, but on gravity, what the hell is gravity?
Gravity.
Gravity's gravity. That's not circular.
Listen. We're not winding back up again. We're not opening the old wound of what is gravity. We're going around the table again. We're going back around. Yeah, we're going back around again. We need something new. We need a new topic to pick up.
Spectroscopy.
What about it?
What is spectroscopy?
I don't know.
No, that's pretty random. I'm not going to do that to you.
The spectra produced by matter interacts with emits electromagnetic radiation.
Electromagnetic radiation? You talking about light?
That's what the definition says. Yeah,
really?
light.
How can light be electromagnetic when it's neither electric or magnetic?
No, it's a wave.
You sure?
Or no, it's a particle. It's a particle. Sorry.
Oh,
no.
good. That's a stick save.
It's an entropy.
What?
You just made a stick save. You know, in hockey, when they got a really fast slap shot, and the goalie doesn't see it except for the final minuteness of a second. He flips the stick out and hits it with a stick, and stick saves it.
Yeah, Sorry, I had to think about the single slit experiment to remind myself that it is
single slit experiment. What the hell is that?
Yeah, that's the experiment that shows whether or not under observation does light change. Does the property of light change?
No, it's not.
Isn't that what it is?
No, and it's not an experiment either.
No, it's a. Let me see what it's actually called. I thought it was called experiment, but
they may call it
experiment.
Diffraction. Single slit diffraction, correct. So
yeah, but
what does that have to do with anything?
No, I was saying I had to remind myself that it was a particle, not a wave, because of that. Because I was thinking about what it was.
It's not because of that.
Well, no, it's not because of that, but that made me. I went through a whole thing in my head with it, and I was like, oh no, wait, it's particle because it XYZ.
Particles XYZ.
Yeah, there's 26 of them, A through Z.
Huh?
Huh?
Whatever.
Whatever. Okay.
Yeah. At this point, I'm like, whatever.
Okay.
All right. What's the next topic?
Intra and extra puff.
It's not extra pu. It's electropa and electrifa.
I know I keep fucking it up because it's so dumb. I just can't get the stick.
What is it?
Never mind, Owlishness. Carry on.
Carry on what?
Carry on with something else, dude. Please. For everything's sacred and holy.
Just don't go there.
Okay. I don't know anything else. What do you?
Oh, so why is this is an interesting topic. A lot of flat earthers are pin their freaking prick their ears up to this. So how do we know that light is a photon or a discrete chunk of energy? How do we know that?
How do we know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know because what I already said, the single slit diffraction study.
That's not study. That's not the right answer.
It's not the right answer. How do you know that it is?
Yep. How do we know that photons are particles? How do we know that?
Because they cause cancer.
Because they don't have social security numbers.
I've got a sarcastic answer if you want to indulge me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the experiment that was done is the laser was shined directly into a camera, a film camera. And afterwards, all the particles were shaken out and weighed.
Oh, that's some bullshit, man. That's some Ken Wheeler horse shit right there.
I never understood that anybody would take such a lampoon explanation seriously.
That would just be frame rates, wouldn't it?
Wow.
Frame rates?
We were talking about cameras, right?
Yeah, but what?
Huh?
Alice, are you supposed to be asleep?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me retract that. Are you asleep?
I think so, yeah. I think I'm like 50% asleep. I'm really tired. I keep like losing track of what I'm doing.
You know, you can just go to bed, right?
That's so true.
We actually do offer a service here to neurotic Glovers who can't resist that we just ban you for 8 hours so you can get a good sleep.
You can get a good night's sleep.
I've been banned so many times though. It's like lost its gumption.
Gumption. That's an old term right there.
I mean, you use numpty, so
That's not old.
sounds
That's
old.
British. No, it's British. That's why I use it.
Everyone from England is old though, so everything's old there.
Everyone from England is old. That's some bullshit right there. And that's a stereotype fallacy. Shout out to that crayon muncher, what was his name? Simp or something? I don't know.
Do you have like a playbook of fallacies, like a whole playbook dedicated to different types of fallacies that you just like flip through like a Bible every night?
No, I know them all because I've had quote unquote interactions with Evo tards from about I retired about 2008, and they just carpet bomb barrage me with logical fallacies. So it forced me to learn, not all of them, because there's like over 500 logical fallacies, but there's a group, and globetards such as yourself use the same ones as the evotards, so it was an easy transition.
Okay, gotcha. Because I can't keep track of all of them.
All right, so how did we figure out light was a photon? Remember that was a question on the table? Remember that?
Right. How did we figure out that light was a photon?
Or light was a discrete chunk of energy. How about that? Not
it acts.
See,
it acts
when you
like
say
wave.
particle,
It acts like wave energy, and it acts like matter at the same time.
No,
it's a mystery. The truth is, scientists don't know exactly what
it's not
light
a mystery,
is.
and it doesn't have anything to do with science.
The truth is, scientists don't know exactly what light is.
It's not science.
That's
so
true.
Scientists have nothing to say about it.
They don't know exactly what gravity is either.
Oh, Jesus. We're not talking about gravity.
I'm
You're going
just
to go on
telling you.
mute in a second. You're going to go Nephilim free.
People don't know exactly
We're
what
going to
light
go
is.
on to fuck your argument from ignorance fallacy.
Okay. You can believe what you want.
Somebody
I'm just
mute him. Just mute him. He's
mute him. He
interrupting my
doesn't agree with
discussion.
me. Hurry, help. Oh,
Just
my God.
mute him. Help. I don't need any help from you, you dumpy
Yeah, you need help.
No, I don't.
Scientists don't know what light is.
It's not a scientific fucking question.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
You just compromised yourself. You would fail 5th grade intro to general science.
You're not a
You
good
just
thinker.
compromised yourself
You're
since
not
the
thinking.
fucking mods won't take
Think out.
control.
Start thinking.
You just compromised yourself as you would fail 5th grade intro to general science.
Is that why I went to college?
I don't give a fuck what you got. Your parents
Is that why
bribed them.
I studied
You keep fucking laughing, you moron.
Oh my
Hey,
goodness, this guy needs me
regardless,
on mommy's
fuck up
face.
and slap
You
You
know,
want to hear
the
what
first
he
step.
says? Okay. Want to hear what Quantum says? It's not going to happen with you constantly interrupting. And then you can ask your questions or rebuttals. All right? Go ahead.
He wasn't even in the fucking discussion. What was the discussion?
You were asking how we
No, shut up, Owlishness.
Okay, sorry.
AI. What was the fucking discussion?